getting clearer all the time. All we see are all these dead straight lines, and show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. This is where I make my stand. Please don't take me to your la-la land. It's all about geometry. All we see is horizontally. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I find my own philosophy, and you can't bend reality into what you think your cock deceives. Something's happening to me. Don't remind me of how things used to be. We don't need no sycophants. Aren't we all just so sick of that?
And we are live. Welcome, you few. Brave few. Yeah, somebody doesn't like the music. Straight lines. Music about straight lines does that to people, you know.
We got another hater? That
Yeah.
sucks.
It's all
I
good.
bet the hater is like, you know, top musician themselves, obviously.
Could be, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dead straight lines. That
Critiquing
was
your
one of the
work.
first ones, wasn't it? Like one of the really early ones.
I think so, yeah.
No, probably.
It's one of my
number 2.
favourites,
Yeah.
that one. Yeah, such a good song.
I'll find my own philosophy. That's so good. And strange how we did actually that came true, right?
Mm-hmm.
So good day, thank you very much, and good morning, Paige. Just waking up. Imagine that, a day in front. Yeah, we're going to go over the rest of this scholar source, or what's he called, Andrew Perry, the chair of the mathematics of Utah Valley University, because he apparently got in touch with Blue Marble Science. So this is Blue Marble Science video going over on Blue Marble Science's channel. I don't think this scholar source has actually put this on his channel. I don't know whether he's, you know, he doesn't consider it a teaching thing, or, you know, common to, you know, people who believe, well, who have a proof that triangles have 180 degrees. I mean, I'm getting messages in the background from the leader of the Blue Marble Scientists, Blue Marble Science himself, asking me when I'm going to debunk what this man says. Well, we are going over it. So anytime you want to take anything for what we say about the video, then you're free to, Blue Marble Science.
Can I just say that Blue Marble, like being like that in the background, has made me, as a person who finds, well, the whole entire video boring as fuck, because I mean the guy is boring as fuck, really. So are you, Blue. But in the spirit of Christmas and New Year, just because you're crying in the background, I'm going to pay attention for once. So well done, Blue.
Right, let me to get back to the thing. Let's get straight into it. Oh, might have to just resize this a little bit. So this is a video that we initially did because I found something on well, I guess Logos handed it to me from YouTube about triangles, and we do very basic geometry stuff here, but more foundational, more towards the logic side and the understanding of proofs and gaining knowledge. Now, this one struck a chord because this guy says that teachers lie. Teachers have lied to you about these basic concepts. And according to this university professor, he's the one with the truth. Yet we believe the proof of triangles having 180 degrees is the proof. But this man says that's a lie. So if you take on what this man says, then you have to take on the fact that the proofs that you've gained through mathematics have been a lie. And if that's true, then the education that you received whilst at school from the people that have been through the colleges and these courses, like this man is teaching, a professor at university, he's teaching people this truth. But then when they take that, presuming that they've been to university and done the PhDs and all of that sort of stuff, they take that to schools to teach the lie that this man talks about. So it's all getting a little bit confusing as to why he's saying this. And I believe it's because of a model affliction that this man has. And that's why he's gone to Blue Marble Science, because Blue Marble Science is just the guy to, I don't know, put his arm round his shoulder and say, there, you know, he'll be okay. Come over here. We'll help you out. So that's where we are. And obviously, the fan club's in the chat right now, listening to it. If you, I mean, like, if I'll say this again, right? If you get upset or anything about some of the things that we say, going over the foundations of mathematics and learning and all of that sort of stuff, at a foundational level, if you get upset about that, then just switch off and walk away. We don't want to nutsack any more people than have already been done. We're trying to get clarity and understanding, and the sense of unity where we can come together and know certain things. Seems like this man that we're going over here tonight, he's the one that's saying that was a lie. I don't believe it is a lie. I believe he's mistaken, but I mean, this man's the university professor. Right, so here we go. I'll put it on. This is picking up from ish where we left off last time. Everybody all right? Has anybody got anything else to say or anything while we're here? Before we start Christmas stuff, everyone all right? Eric's talking about him messaging, I guess. Yeah, double speak. Right, okay. We'll just go over this and pick it up from where we were, or maybe go back a minute or so. There you go. Let's see what we're saying.
Because that would be, yeah, that's right. Because if you have, because the triangle is formed, they're going to get confused on this term lune later, but the triangle is formed by three lunes, or those three angles. Well, if you think of all three edges of the triangle were a circle themselves, right? So you just pick 3 points on the triangle and you think of those as the three edges. Those are making 180 degrees on.
Did he say all three edges of the triangle were circles themselves?
Yes.
Hmm.
Yes, he did.
That would be slightly confusing, I would imagine. But
Bit contradictory.
all three edges of the triangle are circles.
Makes total sense.
Yeah, this is the guy that says when you were taught that triangles have 180 degrees, that was a lie. And this is how he chooses to do it.
On each thing. That's the biggest triangle you can make. As soon as you tried to make it bigger than that, you'd end up having a triangle on the other side, kind of thing. So I think it's pi to 3 pi is the maximum area you can have. Maybe you could go up to 5 pi if you do want to talk. If you want to allow those to be bigger than 180 degrees, then you could maybe go to the whole thing. But yeah, so maybe you go to 5 pi. Probably depends on which book you're reading in terms of whether or not they want to allow angles to be bigger than 180 degrees or not.
Yeah.
Angles to be bigger than a 180 degrees or not. See, this is what leads me to think that this man, he's not really looked into this at all. I mean, how do you make a triangle with 3 angles and have them not greater than 180 degrees and get a 540 degree triangle? I mean, what's he talking about?
And by the way, what he's talking about when he said that if you make bigger triangle, you will be on the other side.
Yeah.
I don't understand other side of what.
Right. You know, I have a rule about not talking of the not that. Right. Well, the consequences of a triangle having 540 degrees, I don't even like doing this because I like to get people to put an image of this triangle in their mind. And really, this triangle that they're talking about of 540 degrees is 2 angles, I'm going to give it away now, of 90 and one of 360. It's not, as they imagine, 3 at 180. Because that would be ridiculous. Because imagine, right, you've got a top of a ball. You're going to draw a line from the top to the midpoint. Then you're going to go all the way around the midpoint. And then you're going to go right back to the top point again. So you've got 2 90s and a 360. So the actual triangle is a hemisphere. So that's what he meant. You would go on the other side. But seeing as 1 point becomes 2 points within this geometry, there's just confusion everywhere. But this man doesn't seem to know it. And they assume that we don't know it. It's just nonsense. Triangles have 180 degrees. This is the consequence of you trying to imagine something else when it's related to this model. And this model in this case is a spherical thing, a sphere. It's ridiculous. But, you know, this man doesn't seem to know. I don't know. Listen to this again, because wind it back 20 seconds. So this is the man who's telling us that triangles, it was a lie. And now he's trying to explain, obviously, they're not that. The triangles having 180 degrees, provably, is the that. This is how this man explains the not that. Obviously, no experience.
Taking 180 degrees on each thing. That's the biggest triangle you can make. As soon as you tried to make it bigger than that,
Let's go back.
three angle. The triangle pi to 3 pi.
No, more.
Or just it
Wow.
can be. I'd have to do the calculation in my head real quick.
Same sum. There we go. What?
Yeah, it's not.
He's saying that it is the sum is bigger than 180 degree, but not the same. So, for example, 200 or more.
Yeah, maybe like 3,000.
Well, so pause it there. Yeah, the 3,000 is a little outside the box. I think the largest it can be. I'd have to do the calculation in my head.
Right, so this is me obviously making a joke. It's over 3,000. But he's now having to come up with, it's funny because they can laugh at the 3,000, maybe 3,000, who knows, just more. Now this is where it does get interesting. Blue, if Blue Marble's watching, just listen to what this man says, and then we'll have a quick talk about refuting what he says.
Head real quick, because I think it goes from pi to 3 pi.
He thinks it goes from pi to 3 pi. He's doing calculations in his head.
I think is the largest it can be, because that would be, yeah, that's right. Because if you have, because the triangle is formed, they're going to get confused on this term loon later, but the triangle is formed by 3 loons, or those 3 angles. Well, if you think of say all 3 edges of the triangle were a circle themselves, right? So
all 3 edges of the circle were a circle themselves. Makes sense? That's 3 circles.
You just pick 3 points on the triangle, and you think of those as the 3 edges. Those are making 180 degrees on each thing.
Those are making 180 degrees on each thing. Sounds like a proper mathematician.
That's the biggest triangle you can make. As soon as you tried to make it bigger than that, you'd end up having a triangle on the other side, kind of thing.
Kind of thing. You make a triangle on the other side, kind of thing. 3.
I think it's pi to 3 pi is the maximum.
Thinks it again.
Area you can have.
He thinks it, and he said he's confirmed now twice that he thinks it's pi to 3 pi, but as you hear,
maybe you could go up to 5 pi if you do.
Maybe you can go up to 5. So he thinks it's pi to 3 pi, but maybe you can go up to 5.
If you want to allow those to be bigger than 180 degrees, then you can.
If you want to allow those to be bigger than 180 degrees, yeah. What bigger than 180 degrees? Like, what's he even talking about? According to Euclid, there is no angle of 180 degrees. It doesn't exist. There's a specific clause within it that states that's not an angle. It's what he calls a straight line. But I don't know. That's mad.
Yes, exactly. Because what he said, it doesn't make any sense.
It's just nonsense.
He's wondering if he understands what he's talking about.
And this guy, don't forget, this guy, the chair of the mathematics department at Utah Valley, has got in contact with Blue Marble Science so that they can go over the video that we reviewed of this man.
Yeah, but on this stream, he's making things up.
Well, I would say so. It sounds like he's inexperienced in, you know, how these triangles, so-called triangles, are formed. I mean, they are on the circles, like he said, but it's not a triangle. It's just an intersection of three planes made by the circles that he's talking about. But, hey, wait until you see a 540-degree triangle once. When these guys crack that one out, that'll be amazing. If you can ever see these guys doing that. Hopefully they will. Or they're better at maths, that they just go 540 divided by 3. I mean, that's what people do off the top of their head, isn't it? And there's many other reasons why people do that too. But
you could maybe go to the whole thing, but yeah. So maybe you go to 5 pi.
Maybe. Probably
Probably depends on which book you're reading in terms of whether or not they want to allow angles to be bigger than 180 degrees or not.
Yeah.
Right, so is he saying that certain books don't allow triangles to have angles bigger than 180 degrees? And there are some books that would actually say that obviously for a 540-degree triangle, if you're not allowed to have angles bigger than 180, then the only way you can have a 540-degree triangle would be 3 times 180 in some books mentioned by the mathematical chair of Utah Valley University in America. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous, even by the standards of anybody understanding a 540-degree triangle. That would just leave you with a great circle. And you could fit as many 180 degrees on that as you wanted to, because you're classing that as a straight line. It's ridiculous. And I don't know if there is anybody that's wanting to come through this as a, you know, a mental process. But yeah, the idea of the concept of this geometry that this man's talking about is a triangle having 540 degrees. That's a full 180 more than a circle. Yet what he's talking about there is a circle on his model. 3 180s would be along a great circle, because that's what they call a straight line. He hasn't got a clue what he's talking about. And if he does want to come and talk, then the door's still open. Just come and have a chat. Come and explain to these people how you can conceptualize a triangle having 540 degrees. We're an hour into this. I'm wondering why Blue Marble hasn't pulled him up or said something about this. Or he might just say, yeah, in an agreement with him in a minute.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
This idea, let's talk about how we could figure out what the angle sum of a triangle on the surface of a sphere is. And
wow, we're going to have to figure it out. But triangles within reality are 180 degrees. We can definitely prove that. And now we're trying to figure out something else. I mean, does this sound mathematical?
Yeah, it does actually, because you can only prove that they're 180 degrees in the context of Euclidean planar geometry, which we have totally left behind. So all bets are off. You got nothing here. There's nothing you can prove here because the axioms that led to that.
Totally left it behind.
Yeah, it's left it behind. It's gone. All bets are off now.
I wonder if he would he double down on that statement?
And he said that all axioms are gone also. So
This guy's
nothing left.
Chair of mathematics department. Wow, impressive.
Yeah, it is. This is new modern math. Like new modern math. Like obviously blue marble science maths. And Blues wrote something on this on the thing. It says, what do you think we do with planar triangles, Bev? Are you saying we can't figure out what the angles should be? That's what trig is about. Yeah, require triangles with 180 degrees trigonometry, doesn't it? Of course it does. Even Blue Marble knows that. I don't know what Blue's trying to blur the lines between I don't know, reality and like we do know that trigonometry uses triangles with 180 degrees. It's a Euclidean process.
Conclusion don't hold on the surface of a sphere. And so, yeah, you've got to prove everything from scratch at that point because you're no longer in that context. So the things that were true in the other contexts are no. It's like this. Like it's like playing two different sports games, right? If you have something that's true about basketball, like shooting behind this line here that's 30 feet away or whatever, gives you 3 points, right? And then you try to apply that in a football game, right? Trying to shoot a basketball 30 feet away from some kind of goal line is going to give you like it doesn't make any sense, right?
I don't know. He's trying to equate rules with axioms, I think.
Well, how's he going to make
that he got rid of axioms?
Yeah, that's what I think. He's just trying to set a new rule, like new axiom.
I mean, I'm sorry to stop it, but now I'm interested how he's going to tie this together. Because my point was, when you have a geometry and a set of parameters that govern that geometry, you can't just make up new parameters and think they're going to work together.
Yeah, you can't go round a basketball court, just start kicking it. Right? Exactly. I'm playing football. It's like, no, you're on the basketball court. What are you doing?
Yeah. I mean, this is I can't wait to hear the rest of this.
Curiously, they both call them field goals, I guess. But like the trying to say something about basketball in the context of basketball makes perfect sense. But trying to say something about basketball in the context of a football game, American football game, doesn't make any sense at all. And so that's basically what we have here is Euclidean geometry is one type of game, and certain things work there, certain rules are there, certain things are true there. But here we have a totally different game where we're talking about the surface of a sphere that follows a different set of axioms, and hence different things can be true. So you definitely need to prove new things. That is expressly mathematical. That's kind of what most of mathematics is, especially upper division stuff.
Yeah, you have to prove new things.
Yes,
so he has to prove it then, right?
Yeah, so it means it is still yet not proven.
Yeah, it's on him, this man, to prove this new thing that he's coming in with.
Yes, but he's talking about spherical geometry, so it is a science. So it has to be already proven to name it spherical geometry.
Doesn't seem to be. That's not what he's saying.
Yes, he's saying that he's maybe going to do something.
I hope
with
he is.
this
He's going to
spherical-
come out with a proof, right? Because we all know that triangles having 180 degrees can be proved. And now this man's saying you have to prove it all from scratch again. That's like
Well,
going to
I'm just-
proposition 1. I'd like to see his axioms first.
Yeah.
Mm.
And we most definitely do figure things out in planar triangles. But
Yeah.
we don't just draw pictures of them. We know
Yeah.
what rules they obey.
Yeah. I mean, that's literally what Euclid was doing, was figuring all this stuff out. And interesting.
It's literally what Euclid was doing, was figuring it out. No, he was just laying out an axiomatic system to show you how far you can go within the realms of logic without exploding that logical system.
Yes, and by the way, spherical geometry, they claim that it is existent for some period of time. Maybe 50
Thousands
years.
of
maybe.
years. They said Euclid, didn't he? Didn't this man say that Euclid did it?
Oh, yes, or maybe Ptolemy or whatever.
Mhm.
So for thousands of years, they didn't figure out this new axioms for this spherical geometry. This
Or the
is just,
proofs.
proofs, yes,
Yeah.
propositions, etc. Nothing for 2,000 years. This is just, for me, it is incredible, just incredible.
But we've got just the man here. This is the mathematical chair of the Utah Valley University in America. Highly prestigious honor.
Interestingly enough, like, the going through this as an exercise is a worthwhile thing that even Euclid would have thought, because the facts that Euclid produces in Euclid's Elements were well known. Like, he didn't really prove anything new per se. Like, almost every fact that he actually discusses and proves in there were things that had already been known experimentally or observationally by people just doing stuff before. Like, for example, the Pythagorean.
So it's all proved experimentally. It's all been done before. He just wrote it down in a nice axiomatic system that follows proof on proof on proof.
So he admits that this geometry, they are based on reality.
Yeah.
So, okay, so he admits that Euclid's Elements describes reality.
Yep. Proof.
And proof that.
Facts that were already known. Just
Yeah.
set them out magnificently in a logical system. The finest logical system ever designed.
Pythagorean theorem was known for thousands of years before Pythagoras in different places in the world.
Thousands of years before Pythagoras.
No, this is just a claim. Okay.
Oh, sure.
But it was still worthwhile to Euclid to say, hey, let's actually show why these things work or why this fact is true.
Euclid goes about it in a completely different. Pythagoras is a geometric one, and whereas Euclid goes about it in a beautifully logical way, and it's probably one of the most I don't know, condensed. It's like it's proposition 47, so you've already gone through a lot. So when you get to that one, he really goes to town on it. It's beautiful, really, the way that Euclid does Pythagorean theorem.
And so that's what I'm trying to do here is trying to make it not so mysterious. And it turns out to not be too complicated to show that the angle sum of a triangle on a sphere is bigger than 180 degrees.
No, it's amazingly simple. Blue.
Wow, did he just go from Euclid to that Euclid would have been... Like, what happened there?
But Euclid would prove that
Triangles have more
has
than
more than
180 degrees. Yeah.
But he didn't do that.
No, he didn't. So it's all right saying he would have done it, but he didn't. Obviously, he proved that triangles have 180, or the sum of two right angles. I'd say it's ridiculous to even consider that Euclid would have said any of this stuff. It's not logical, illogical nonsense. But see, this guy's the new mathematics guy.
Blew me away.
Yeah.
It's rather fantastic, really. And this is where the assault on the mind comes. Because this isn't something that, like somebody's forcing you to do something. This is something at the very core conception of how you understand something. Straight lines. That's what he's messing with here. How you understand straight lines in reality. And he's going to put a ball in front of you, or going to tell you sphere. You're going to imagine ball, and then he's going to tell you that the geometry on the ball is different than the geometry of the ball.
All I have to say to there.
What do you think of that? I thought that was quite good. Listening back to myself, I did quite well there. I don't get that much chance to listen back to myself. I've not made these videos for a while, where I go over the clips of it, so I've not actually heard any of this more recent stuff over again. Thought I did all right there. What's his rebuttal going to be, do you reckon?
There is. Yeah. Go ahead.
No. Continue.
So what I was going to say is all I have to say here is welcome to 19th century mathematics. Because that's where we figured all this stuff out. Like nothing I'm showing. Oh, actually, heck, the sphere stuff. Welcome to like 4th century BCE mathematics. Like they knew this stuff, but the talking about messing around with what straight.
They knew that stuff.
Yeah, 4th century BCE. Geometry? That's the sphere. That's what Euclid described. That's what we said. The geometry of the sphere is somehow different than the geometry on the sphere. It's ridiculous to conceive of the part being different than the whole. It's a stolen concept, self-refuting nonsense that they're talking about. But I think this is where modern education comes in. Modern education has trained people's minds to accept nonsense. Weird.
Straight line means or whatever, and saying that it's different in certain contexts. Middle of the 19th century is when Riemann kind of came up with, figured out how to describe it.
400 BC.
Yeah. So he's talking switching. About the conceptual changing of a straight line.
Yes, he said that this line, straight line, is different, and now he's talking about 19th century geometry, so not Euclidean.
Yeah, exactly. Like I was saying, this is the mind tricks that they're going to try and make you believe that a straight line is somehow different.
Yeah, I think he's exposing sophistry, because people may think, after what he said, that he was talking about a different straight line, and this different straight line was already known 400 BC. And that would be a wrong
the sphere,
impression.
I think he was talking about, though, when he said the 400 BC. He was talking about the sphere. Yes. He's blurring the mind of blue marble science. He's playing tricks with blue. He showed him a sphere, right? and sort of said, there you go, Blue. They knew about the sphere all of this time ago. And it's like, yeah, of course, it's in Euclid. It's not, the geometry doesn't change. It's just part of geometry. The way you use the circle within reality. Because you've got an extra motion of travel in another dimension. You encapsulate the sphere rather than just the circle. That happens in reality too. And the space that you scribe, if you were to do it in reality, doesn't change. Just because you're making a sphere in reality. It's still just a sphere. People, these guys have mathematically, conceptually changed the geometry, and now they're trying to pull it back into reality. But their minds are broken. Can't mix the two of these things. And they can't talk about it either. They can amongst each other, where they agree with each other. Obviously. Blue, if you want to comment, make your statements.
That. And you know, this I was hoping to have a video out before we did this stream, but I haven't been able to finish editing it. But I have a video coming out that's going to talk about you know, what the deal is with Euclid's fifth postulate and the story of how Euclidean geometry led to us discovering hyperbolic plane geometry. And
hyperbolic, because he's been watching the Vsauce, hasn't he? Not realizing that we've been on this journey for 5 years already. Now, I mean, this is the mathematical chair of Utah Valley University, but we've been on this particular journey, which is more based in reality. It's more grounded, as you might say. And this guy's obviously been in mathematical land, obviously the place where proofs exist, except they've changed those proofs. But the place where proofs exist is within the mathematical realm, within your mind. And this guy's had somebody messing about with that. Like, I'm not too sure whether, you know, how many people have had this a trick played on them, because it's a bad trick when you can conceptualize of things being one way but then different in reality. How can you get a proof if you can't apply it to reality? If somebody tells you that the proofs that you have are somehow different, when you imagine getting to university and having this guy telling you that stuff that you've been taught at school was a lie.
And by the way, if he's talking about the spherical geometry, that was already known for 2,000 years, and they have no proofs still. But they are saying that we will figure it out soon. Like this is like Rumpus
Yeah.
for the experiment. We will get to that soon. Don't worry.
Yeah, he said like the concept of a straight line changing. It's unbelievable.
And what things look like there. And it was those kinds of discussions that I think led Riemann to think about how to generalize this stuff. And that's where we get this notion of Riemannian geometry, and that's where the stuff.
It was up to Riemann, right? I wonder why he might have been under pressure to do something. Who knows?
About geodesics and 0-second derivative stuff like I was talking about, that's where that comes from. Those are Riemannian geometry facts that Riemann was the one who discovered, because he asked these very questions that Bev is talking about, which is, you know, does straight always mean what we think it means? And, you know, what is it that makes something straight? and it's not clear. Like if you try to sit down and just think like what makes a line straight, it's not easy to define that term without also referencing the word straight. Even
see, this is where I'm not too sure about this guy. Did he compare me to Riemann? In the way that I was questioning what is straight. I mean,
yes, and he said that Riemann discovered something, and I didn't get from him what Riemann discovered, because it's unknown to me still that Riemann discovered something about straight line. So
yeah,
I'm
something
very
caused
curious.
him to look into a straight line, and he's discovered something about it, and now we're all unsure about what it is. I mean, let's go back over that again, because I mean, don't forget, this is the teacher, and he's obviously explaining to Blue Marble Science, the leading expert on spherical pi. So if anybody knows about these straight lines being a little bit, it's Blue Marble Science. So here we go. Let's have a listen.
That Riemann was the one who discovered, because he asked these very questions that Bev is talking about, which is, does straight always mean what we think it means? And what is it that makes something straight? And it's not clear. Like if you try to sit down and just think like what makes a line straight, it's not easy to define that term without also referencing the word straight.
The shortest distance between 2 points. There you go.
Yeah.
Pretty easy.
Yeah. The shortest means one way, because you cannot have shorter than shortest. So that would be that line.
Mm-hmm.
That is shortest. So if you have 2 points and between them you can create many lines. You can create circumference, zigzag, or whatever line you want. But the shortest of them will be always straight. So that's the answer. So I don't know why people are struggling with
why
that.
would he struggle with that? It's hard to define it without using straight. It's like he's listened to some of our videos from about 2 years ago, maybe even before that, when I can remember asking spot on, like nearly 4 or 5 years ago, how to define straight. And it's not as easy as you think, because a straight is an element. There is no definition, really. You don't know what it is without definition. It's a bit, I don't know, it's a little bit strange. But this is what we're talking about here, is new mathematics, where it's gone into the mind and they no longer know what straight is. They don't know how to define it, because people like Bob the Science Guy, has said that a straight line is no longer the shortest distance between 2 points. And if you want to take that on, then complete nonsense.
Yes, because straight line is shortest, and a curved line between these 2 points will always be longer. You cannot have curved a line between 2 points being shorter or equal to straight line. It will be always longer, always. You cannot create modus tollens or black swan for that.
Yeah, but for somebody like these people, and they've been doing it for years, when they want to come along and say, no, it isn't. Well, you may be the mathematical chair of the university, right? But I know that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line in reality. Don't get me to try and think about nonsense land where something might be different, because why would I want to do that? We are just talking about reality.
Yes, and in reality, we can make, let's say, experiment. We can experiment on that. So we can produce this line, whatever, for example, chord or whatever string, and we can demonstrate in physical world that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. We can demonstrate by physical demonstration.
Yeah, but there would be a logical argument to go along with it too, as to how it could not be anything other than that, right? There's a reductio ad absurdum to also prove that which seems like an axiom.
Yes, you can prove it because by reductio ad absurdum, because if someone is saying that this straight line is not the shortest distance, it means that the longer line is also the shorter line, which is nonsense.
Yeah.
It is just idiocy.
You are forced to take on a nonsense within concept, and logic doesn't do that. Like a logical brain, it shuts down on hearing such nonsense. There's no words to describe any of this sort of stuff. Yet, these people are the ones that are dealing with it. You know, they're trying to tell us that we're stupid. I mean, you listen to some of the hate and the words that have come from Blue Marble Science towards people in this server for saying these things, where the man's talking nonsense. And that may be the new mathematics, but doesn't mean that you have to take it on, because to me, it's nonsense.
You know, even Euclid's attempt at trying to do it by saying that it lies evenly on itself. What does evenly mean?
Right.
Like, it's not really clear. That's just another way of saying straight.
What does evenly mean?
Evenly and not on itself, between extremities. So not on itself. That would be tautology. Euclid didn't say that line lies evenly on itself.
In that little period of time where they came up with ways to make Euclid sound like nonsense so they could play about with the stuff, obviously where this man's been, then they make up these ridiculous statements to say that Euclid said that. He didn't. It's not within my book at all what that man just said.
Yeah, and even within this my version, let's say. So he's just making things up again.
Mm-hmm. We call it a lie. But this man has a purpose towards what he's doing. Much more serious than just a lie. Very strange. But let's go.
And to understand that, we first have to introduce a shape on the surface of a sphere called a lune. Now, a lune is the intersection between two great circles.
The lune.
Yeah, it is.
Lune.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Like moon?
Wow.
Lune.
What does it mean, this name? Because
well, let's talk about that.
I think they
so I'm
actually
glad
go
that,
to a definition.
I'm glad we're getting into.
Yeah, he's about to go to it.
Okay, go ahead and let him hit the definition, then I'll make a comment about it.
Yeah, okay.
This kind of depth, because again, this could be just all part of the lie situation. So we'll have to take this, right? But here, let me put something. Bev, you may want to show this on the screen for the audience as well. Yeah, it's just simple Miriam.
Okay.
Now, eventually they figured out how to spell it correctly, but
yeah. Well, the funny thing about this is that the term, so this is pronounced loon. The loon I'm talking about is spelled Lune.
right.
Curiously, the etymology is actually similar. The reason why these words sound alike is loon was short for lunatic, which was an old term that they used for people who had, mental health challenges and stuff before they really knew anything about that stuff. And so it's not probably a very nice word to use anymore. And that's why it's turned into this, like, really highly negative connotation kind of word. But that's where the etymology came from. But the lunatic had to do with, it came from the word luna. And I think also is kind of, well, if you look up the etymology, it says that it probably had to do with lunatic, which comes from the word luna, which means moon, because they thought that had something to do with, the moon being in certain places. These are really old-timey ideas. And it also might have been partially influenced by the fact that there's a bird called a loon, which makes some really wild noises and stuff.
Yep.
And so those two things together are where this word comes from. Now, the word loon that I'm talking about, which is like an orange segment or a double orange segment on the surface of a sphere, also gets its name from moon. Its etymology comes from the same thing because it looks kind of like, I assume, because it looks kind of like a quarter moon or something like that.
Crescent moon, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's why, where it's getting its name from. It's the, but anyway, that it's just bizarre that, here we've got these guys who are.
This was just hilarious to me, though. They're going to try to.
Here we got these guys that are like really worried about linguistics and using words right or whatever, what they mean, and not realizing that there's kind of a semi-rich, etymology history between these two words, and they do share a root word, but they have nothing to do with each other once you get to this.
Nothing whatsoever.
Webster. I think that's how you spell it. Now, unless he spells it differently. So we may need to check the spelling because he's only talking. So, but there's a definition of loon. I think he said loon, correct? Did we get that right?
Say loon. What?
Say it describes geometry.
There's a loon.
There it is. It looks like a crescent moon, right? It's two orange segments.
Yeah.
Not complicated.
Well, there's 4 loons, actually. 2 red ones and 2 blue ones.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
For lunatics.
What he's talking about, he's drawing lines on a ball. But he's trying to convince you that it's got something to do with another space. Oh, has that been cut?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Our whole, because we figured it out for
no,
our
I already
own.
knew that it was Lune. I said that. It did say loon. Lune. But he cut that a bit out.
Yep.
So, very well done, Blue. You edited it, probably, for the amusement of this guy, yeah. Because he did say that we figured it out. Because, of course, we figured it out. We already knew it. We're just doing a show. For the people that, might be watching. This is just foundational mathematics. Dishonest editing. I like it. Nice. Base.
That is what has a lot to do with another space. So let's take that for a minute, as that's the angle that's made by the loon. Well, it turns out then that if we draw 3 great circles to get our triangle, we actually create 3 overlapping loons, one for each vertex in the triangle. And the total sum of the loons cover the entire sphere. In fact, it covers some of it more than once. And that's going to be kind of an issue in just a minute. So
what?
He's just telling a story. Nothing to do with what he described just before.
The entire surface of the loons covers the entire sphere. But he's meant to be talking about triangles, not spheres. Like how... Let me hear that again, because...
loons, one for each vertex in the triangle. And the total sum of the loons cover the entire sphere. In fact, it covers some of it more than once. I was trying to make that clear by coloring it, right?
Yeah, right.
Like the first loon is the red stuff, the second loon's the blue stuff, and the third loon's the yellow stuff. And you can see that the triangle on the front gets colored 3 times. And so does the triangle in the back, although,
You can't, yeah.
drawing this as a depiction, so you can't go there. But
right. But that triangle is being covered 6 times.
So the 3 loons cover the triangle 6 times that Blue Marble says.
Yes, that's my objection, for example, why they are talking about triangles.
Yeah.
They are drawing circles, they are making, let's say, areas for these intersecting circles, and it has nothing to do with triangles. But somehow they are linking this to triangles. I don't know why.
Yeah, exactly. And that's going to be kind of an issue in just a minute. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to identify the area of that triangle by looking at the area of these 3 overlapping loons. So first, let's figure out what the area of a single loon is. So we go back to the idea of a loon and compute its area. Well, the region that it sweeps out is precisely the ratio of the angle measure that it has to 180 degrees. That's how much of the surface of the sphere that it's going to cover. So we'll do everything in radians here.
Right, okay, well, I'll do it. I'll give it a quick go. If those angles were to be equal, and the equal within the understanding of Euclidean logic, right, would mean that there would be 4 of them, and each of them would be equal. So there you could say quadrants.
Yep.
That would be fair, right? But that would be us thinking of in Euclidean sort of ideas. Well, we're just talking about the orange peel bit of the quadrant, right? That's what we're talking about. Again, we're talking about it within a Euclidean framework, because I said quadrant, I said an orange. So every time you're thinking anything you think, you're thinking within Euclidean space. It's hard to
go ahead and
not
pause
think
it here.
within.
So I think Bev's just grasping at something here to try to grip some kind of understanding. And I feel kind of bad at, whenever I come across something like this, I'm like, well, maybe I should try to explain it a little better. But
yes, please do, because it's quite obvious that you've just divided a sphere into 4 pieces.
Yeah. And he's saying that you are grasping that.
Yeah.
Everybody is grasping that.
Yeah.
No
So
problem.
yes, please explain how you get a triangle out of all of this. Here we go.
The scenario that's going on here, he's pointing out there's 4 different angles that you can see that these lines make. And yeah, if 4 lines intersect and they make congruent angles, they're perpendicular, and you have 90, 90, 90, 90 or whatever.
That's 2 lines, and the right angles would be equal, not 4 lines. What's he talking about? What's this man talking about? Is he like completely misunderstood what I'm talking about?
And he's saying that these lines are perpendicular? Not possible. In the surface of the sphere, you cannot produce perpendicularity.
Go back over that again, right? If you're listening, Blue or Scholar Source, we are going to go over this a few times, because I don't want to misrepresent what you're saying, but it doesn't seem to follow from what I've just said. So we have to listen to it again, just to make sure. We're talking about it within a Euclidean framework, because I said quadrant, I said an orange. So every time you're thinking anything you think, you're thinking within Euclidean space. It's hard to
go ahead and
not
pause
think
it here.
within.
So I think Bev's just grasping at something here to try to grip some kind of understanding. And I feel kind of bad at, whenever I come across something like this, I'm like, well, maybe I should try to explain it a little better. But the scenario that's going on here, he's pointing out there's 4 different angles that you can see that these lines make. And yeah, if 4 lines intersect and they make congruent angles, they're perpendicular, and you have 90, 90, 90, 90 or whatever. Yeah, those would be quadrants. But here, the theta angle,
4 different. Where's he get
he said
4
4
lines
different
from?
angles, and then he said that 4 times 90 degrees. So I don't know what he's talking about.
That's 2 lines perpendicular, not 4 lines.
angle can be any size up to 180 degrees.
Right.
And if you think of the front and the back as being the part of the loon that I'm talking about, I'm not talking about the other edge. as you increase the size of that theta to 180 degrees, you're going to cover that loon front and back is going to cover more and more of the sphere until you get to 180 degrees where it would cover the entire sphere.
Correct.
So the portion of the
What? 180 degrees would cover the entire sphere.
Not half of the sphere.
Yeah. Why?
Strange.
Surely. At least he's got blue marble there to support him, right, while he's saying this.
The sphere that the loon is covering is just the ratio of that angle theta to 180 degrees, because that's how much it's opened and swept out. And that's...
Could you get a loon to cover the entire sphere? Would that be possible?
I'm not a geometer and mathematician,
Not
but I would say that you can. Yes,
it's just
not
a
even
circle, though,
old.
isn't it? It's a great circle. This loon is the line described by a great circle. So how could that encapsulate the entire sphere?
Even if these two circles will be eventually overlapping, you are creating just one great circle, and this one great circle is cutting sphere on into two halves. So half of the sphere, not entire sphere, I would say.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to make the point here of.
Yeah, and Bev totally missed it.
Yeah.
They completely don't understand what you're getting at.
Right, I'm going to have to go over that again, right? Because it sounded like nonsense, but Blue Marble seems to think that he gets it. And
no, I think that he is just admitting because what he could say. He has to nod his head.
Yeah.
Yes, of course, but
I understand it, and it's quite obvious that Bev doesn't understand it. It's nonsense. That's why we can't understand it. I don't think it can be understood. We just listen to this guy again and try and make sense of it, but be careful. Don't nutsack yourself.
To 180 degrees, you're going to cover that loon front and back is going to cover more and more of the sphere until you get to 180 degrees where it would cover the entire sphere.
Correct.
So the portion of the sphere that the loon is covering is just the ratio of that angle theta to 180 degrees, because that's how much it's opened and swept out. And that's what I was trying to make the point here of.
Yeah, and Bev totally missed it.
Yeah.
They completely don't understand what you're getting at.
Yeah.
In Euclidean space when you're doing, but you can't think otherwise. It's strange, really.
Because everything works better with that. So we take the angle measure of the loon, you divide it by pi. Now the reason why it's divided by pi and not 2 pi is because remember you have a front.
Pi is entirely Euclidean also. Goes from the relationship of the circumference to the diameter. Both of those are Euclidean. Absolutely.
So pause it there. He does this a couple of times, and he even did this when he was commenting on this video on my channel. Just because a number shows up in Euclidean space does not mean that that's the only place that number shows up, or that whenever that number shows up in some other context, that it's somehow carrying with it its Euclidean context. Pi shows up in all sorts of weird places, and it's not always in the context of a circle to its diameter, right? As a ratio. All it's doing here is just talking about angles and a radian measure or whatever. There's nothing more special about pi showing up there than the fact that 180 showed up there. But I mean, 180 is an integer. Did it suddenly make integer land come here, and that we're now talking about integers? I mean, it's really weird, the fact that he's trying to pull all of Euclidean with just the fact that this number came from there, or if I use the word angle or something, that's going to pull in all those other things, as if these things couldn't exist in other contexts as well. It's kind of very bizarre.
Yeah, that's...
For me, it is very strange because this pi is just ratio, but ratio in geometry.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
but
not
Blue,
just
as he was doing with his, he has a video. He's the man that does spherical pi, Blue, and this is what we're talking about, aren't we? We're talking about loons on a sphere, and Blue Marble is the aforementioned expert of spherical pi. So I might just have mentioned it because pi's Euclidean. Whereas Blue Marble's the expert about spherical pi. He should be the man now telling this guy about spherical pi and how it's different on a sphere with the loons. Bob the science guy should be coming along and saying, yes, but the shortest distance between 2 points isn't a straight line. Shouldn't he? Like, how can this man live in both worlds? I'd say this is where the nutsacking takes place, where you have to conceptualize straight as being straight and not straight. Blue should be saying something about this to him right now. Can't let him just go on and saying that.
Bev does this quite frequently.
Yeah.
He's simply trying to shoehorn his misunderstandings.
Tell him about your spherical pi, Blue.
One neat little package that he can claim, where he can claim everything in the world is Euclidean.
Just Google spherical
my
pi.
Dell monitor here is Euclidean. The car I drive is Euclidean.
Yeah. To be clear, from a mathematical perspective, right? If you say Euclidean plane, you mean a space that satisfies Euclid's 5 axioms.
Right.
If you mean a Euclidean 3 space, you'd have to have more than just Euclid's 5 axioms to settle on what that means. But
did he say 5 axioms? Because there's way more than 5 axioms.
Yes, he said, and then he said something different because he said that something about 3 axioms.
Yeah, he says
I don't understand.
The axioms are different apparently in solid geometry, Euclidean. They're different. This is, I don't know whether this is the new thing, but let's just listen.
Drive is Euclidean.
Yeah. To be clear, from a mathematical perspective, right? If you say Euclidean plane, you mean a space that satisfies Euclid's 5 axioms.
Right.
If you mean a Euclidean 3 space, you'd have to have more than just Euclid's 5 axioms to.
Why? You don't need any different axioms for solid geometry.
They are the same.
Yeah. It's in the same book. Why is the chair of the mathematics department of Utah Valley seeming to suggest that the axioms have to change from solid geometry? What's he talking about? I've never heard this. Perhaps that's one of the lies that I was taught about Euclidean geometry. Maybe this university guy can, sort of write us about where the change is within the axioms of the books I've got. Because all of the Euclid books I've got doesn't add in a different axiom anywhere at book 11. Doesn't even mention it. Not in book 10 even. Not even as a preface anywhere. Not mentioned. Why is this man suggesting it's different? Perhaps he should come and have a chat with us. Anytime you want to come round, Scholar Sauce, you can bring your friend Blue Marble Science to hold your hand if you wish. But I would like to have a conversation about this sort of stuff. The Blue Marble seems to think that we don't refute what you're saying, but it does seem like you say a load of nonsense. Because I bet there's nowhere you can claim that there's an axiom change. I'd like to, for you to tell us which is the axiom that changes, or what do you need in addition to the original axioms? I think that's within modern day.
To settle on what that means, but that's where it's weird. Like, I don't think he even understands what it means to be Euclidean.
What? I don't understand what it means to be Euclidean.
Euclidean means, in that case, produced by Euclid or made by Euclid. That's
within the
Euclidean
logical
means.
system of that particular text.
Yeah, but the author of this is Euclid, so you can say that this is Euclidean.
Yeah.
So we understand what Euclidean means. Euclidean elements are Euclidean, yeah. And they are talking about geometry. So that kind of geometry, you can say also that it is Euclidean, because he's talking about Euclidean in his way, in his Euclid's way. So that's why we call it Euclidean geometry. But it is just geometry, but we call it Euclidean geometry, so we know what Euclidean means.
Yeah.
I've tried to get him to, many times, I've tried to pin him down and get him to tell me what Euclidean space means.
Yeah.
And he won't do it.
What? It's because it's a nonsense question, Blue. What is Euclidean space? How could you tell a blue marble scientist what Euclidean space is? It's the space upon, I think I've told him this many times, the space upon which Euclidean geometry is performed. Or the space,
so we have space
within which Euclidean geometry is performed.
Yeah. It means that space is before Euclid. So it is not that Euclid is inventor of some kind of space. No, he is not. Space already existed before Euclid, and he is referring to that already existing space. And this is how we describe things in space. So he's talking about describing things in space.
Yeah, the space
not in Euclidean
within
space.
which you can demonstrate the proofs within Euclidean geometry. There you go.
Yeah.
Is that a good enough description for blue marble science?
It's pretty clear mathematically what we mean by it. We're very precise about things. And back to a lune. So if you have a lune that's as wide as pi, you have the entire sphere. If you have less than that, the angle of the lune divided by pi is the ratio of the surface area of that sphere that lune covers. If you want to find the area of that lune, you have to take that ratio, that angle measure divided by pi, and multiply that by the total surface area of a sphere, which is 4 pi r squared.
4 pi r squared. Euclidean. See the r?
Actually, it was Archimedes that came up with that one, Biv. Sorry.
It was Archimedes that came up with 4 pi r squared.
So he invented that
Apparently.
equation?
Blue marble sciences. It's not Euclidean. It was Archimedes.
Yes, after Euclid. So
I think
Archimedes.
blue marble science has got mixed up within Euclidean space with his definition of understanding of Euclidean space, because now he's using the author, not that 4 pi r squared exists within Euclidean space, with the r being a straight line and pi being this relationship of the circumference to the diameter, which is what I meant, not by the author of the particular little equation that he's got. But again, blue marble science, welcome.
I have to laugh with that too. that just because it has an R in it doesn't necessarily automatically make something Euclidean.
No.
You know,
It does. It's straight. Like straight. It's a Euclidean straight, which governs Euclidean space. That's straight. But again, the new modern mathematics teacher, if you would like to come and discuss these sort of things, would R not being a straight line within Euclidean, and does that Euclidean straight line that exists with R exist within any other geometries? Or like blue marble, do you have to sphericalize your pi? Tough choices. One or the other. Can't have it both. No diletheism within mathematics. At least not the old traditional mathematics. Maybe within the new mathematics.
you can talk about radiuses in other contexts too, and it's just bizarre how they try to compensate.
You can talk about radiuses in other contexts too. Go on, give us one. Anybody, try your best to imagine a different context for you to use a radius in. I can only come up with one.
Yeah, circle or sphere. That's it.
Shortest distance between those 2 points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Straight line. Not curving, because it is not on the surface of that sphere.
No.
So it has to be inside of that sphere on which this radius, or in which this radius is created. So you cannot use sphere as a reference, because radius of that sphere is not on the surface of that sphere. It is impossible. So it has to be straight line, normal straight line.
Euclidean. Yeah. The straight that everybody understands to be Euclidean.
For not understanding what's actually going on by reading weird things into the letters that you're even using for this kind of thing. I don't know. It's very bizarre.
Yeah, for sure.
Kernel. Pi is also the ratio of the circumference to the diameter. Totally Euclidean. So the area that he's talking about there is a Euclidean mathematical calculation. Just conceptually, you are still talking about Euclidean space.
Yes, and the starting point is where radius starts, so in the center of the sphere. So he's leaving the surface. He's not on the surface. So this area is calculated from center of the sphere. Therefore, it is not spherical geometry anymore.
That comment.
That made no
Go
sense.
Ahead.
No sense.
They were quick to jump on that. That made no sense. Well, it did. It made complete sense. Yes. But these guys are they're upside down land. They're living in a strange nonsense place where things that you're talking about, circles that are obviously within the sphere, doesn't make sense to these guys.
I'm talking about radius, which is outside of the surface of the sphere. Mm-hmm. And based on that radius, we can calculate area of the sphere.
Yeah, Blue knows this because he's got spherical pi. He knows that it changes on the surface. He's got a video particularly about spherical pi. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about pi within Euclidean.
Yes, and we are talking about calculating area of the sphere. And we use radius, which is not on the surface of the sphere. That was my point.
Yeah.
That he's using a straight radius, which doesn't belong to his spherical geometry, and he's saying that he's doing spherical geometry. That was my point. And this point stands still.
Yeah. I'll go back that just so we can listen to them again. This is how quickly, listen to how quickly Blue Marble jumps on this. This is because he's defending his spherical pie, but he doesn't really want to discuss it with this guy. It's a bit tricky. Hopefully they'll get a chance to talk about it.
From center of the sphere. Therefore, it is not spherical geometry anymore.
That comment.
That made no
Go ahead.
sense. No sense at all.
Yeah, it's really weird. Yeah.
It made no sense at all. It's really weird, yeah. Now, let's hopefully there will be some sort of explanation as to why they just said that.
Why?
Yeah.
Why it is weird.
Try and make sense of it for us then, please, Blue. Because it did make sense to me, everything the paper was saying. But here we go, let's see.
We are using the measure of the distance from the center to the outside as, you know, what's going on. But that's because the surface area of a sphere increases proportionally to the square of that number. I mean, when you blow up a balloon, the surface area of the balloon gets bigger, but that doesn't mean that you're suddenly including the center of the balloon when you reference that notion. Like, you're still talking about just the outside.
The center of the balloon.
Absolutely, he's wrong, because when he's pumping this balloon, he's making radius bigger, and he will use that radius to calculate surface of the new bigger sphere.
Yeah,
So
within Euclidean space, though. He's talking about
absolutely,
a balloon.
yeah.
Can be measured.
So he's completely wrong, and he's not refuting what I said.
No.
I would say that he's confirming that I was right. But he's not talking about radius. But in fact, by conflating this balloon, he is making a radius bigger. So he is still using this radius number. And he said that.
Yeah. Let's see where he
And
goes.
this is where it's weird. Like, just because a number happens to refer to a measurement that would be somewhere else does not mean that I'm including those points. The area of that sphere does not include the center point at all in that area.
Yeah, that's what paper was saying.
Yeah, it is not on the surface of the... Yes.
How can it not include the center point if you're using R? Because R contains one of the points of R is that center point. So how can you disregard the center when it's in the equation?
Yes, I'm talking about calculation, and you are using, and we are using this R value, which is straight line, doesn't belong to the surface of the sphere, and we still use that to calculate area of the sphere. So it is Euclidean,
don't forget
let's
that pi
say.
uses the diameter too.
Yeah.
So it's used twice, isn't it?
Right, yeah. So it is not, that was my point. It is not spherical geometry, but he's saying that he's ignoring this radius, and he's talking about radius, but now he's suddenly ignoring this radius because radius is not on the surface of the sphere, and the area of the sphere is not radius. Yes, I agree, but we use radius to calculate a curved area of the sphere. Yeah,
I'll have to keep pointing out again that Blue Marble Science knows this. He's got a video on YouTube titled Spherical Pie. So he knows that it's different on the surface of the sphere. All we're doing is pointing out that the traditional pi that's used is a calculation that's made within Euclidean space. Whereas Blue Marble knows that on the surface of the sphere, pi has to change. It's different. And Blue Marble's not pointing this out to this man. Blue Marble Science is the aforementioned expert on spherical pi. There's not many references to it across the entirety of the internet. And Blue Marble Science is one of these leading experts.
And by the way, if he's going to use that spherical pi, the area of this sphere, of the surface of the sphere, would be different with that spherical pi.
Yeah.
Which is impossible. So one of these calculations would be wrong. Which one? I bet that this Euclidean, let's say, calculation will be right. And using spherical pi calculation to calculate area of the sphere would be wrong. So I would say it is just gibberish. You cannot use that.
Well, like I say, I don't know why Blue Marble isn't speaking up at this point when this man's saying this sort of stuff. Strange. He should be pointing out to him, because I think he's a bit inexperienced. I don't think he's aware. Like, he's never been put through the nutsacking process before. Blue Marble's bringing this man in fresh.
That's right.
That's right.
Just the surface.
Yeah, just the surface.
Tell him
so I've got my angle measure divided by pi times 4 pi r.
Angle, Euclidean, pi, Euclidean, 4 pi r squared, Euclidean, the square function, Euclidean, r, straight line, Euclidean.
Wait a minute. The square function is Euclidean?
Yeah.
Yes, the square function is Euclidean because a square is a Euclidean shape that only exists with straight lines. Totally Euclidean.
What the heck is he even talking about? Like, you can, that's a real number or integer thing, right? You can square integers. There's nothing Euclidean about integers. Like, they're just numbers.
Just a number.
You know, it's
a square. Did he hear what we were talking about or what?
I don't know. These numbers on this blackboard is just, yes, it is proportion. Yes, pi proportion. Theta is angle. 4 is 4. Radius is half of diameter. Yes, squared. Yes, okay. So length of that radius is squared. Everything is not normal geometry, normal mathematics. Nothing with spherical geometry. So what's the problem?
It's because I said that it's Euclidean and they're, well, notably upset because they like to play a magic trick where something might be not Euclidean.
In that sense, it is Euclidean because we have only one geometry. So, and this one geometry is called Euclidean geometry.
Well, I keep pointing this out, right? In hyperbolic and spherical geometry, both of them don't have straight lines. Because there's no parallel lines in either of those two. And the only way you can have no parallel lines is to not have any straight lines lying within a plane, obviously, because the parallel lines are defined as lying within a plane. So anytime you use a straight line, that's why I say it's Euclidean. Because the form of the argument is containing the straight line concept, which only exists within Euclidean logic.
Yes, so pi, it is ratio between straight line and curve. So we have straight line.
Yeah.
And r obviously is half of this diameter, so it is also straight line. So you cannot have it within a spherical geometry.
Yeah. And the theta, also angle between two
angle
straight
between
lines.
two straight lines.
Yep.
Yeah.
Euclidean. It's just entirely Euclidean. But
there's
sorry, go on.
There's also the fact of the unit circle, you know, the diameter being 1. Unit, that's Euclidean, book 7. And number, that's Euclidean too, book 7.
Yes, so number 1 and diameter, they are the same because it is unit. So that's how you create proportions.
proportion. That's Euclidean too.
Yeah.
Yeah, proportion. Yeah, absolutely. And he wrote many proportions.
Yeah, there's a whole
So
section
Yeah.
of, in the book.
section of proportions, yes.
In a book called The Elements.
Indeed.
But this chair of mathematics doesn't seem to understand that. He seems like he's getting triggered, along with blue marble science, at the very mention of Euclidean understanding. I don't know. It's more than just geometry, this, obviously, because like you just explained, it goes into proportion and number. It's like it encompasses a whole mathematical system governed by logic, and that logic is the Euclidean method. But they've got something else. They're all right. They'll be getting round to it after they've told each other how they're confused about what we say.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and angles, you can have angles in any context you want. You can have angles in any kind of geometry, and there are tons of geometries that aren't Euclidean.
Is there?
Tons.
Tons.
Yes.
Yeah,
I've heard only about. Yes. So
if everyone's
name
done their
it.
own imaginometry, there will be obviously tons.
Yeah, this guy Boulier wrote like 20,000 pages. Maybe it is 20,000 geometries, different geometries. Who knows?
And so it's just it's weird that he's making these gross assumptions that just because Euclid talked about angles, that suddenly no one else can talk about angles. And if you have angles at all,
He talked about them. He defined them.
Yeah, he didn't talk. He defined what angle is. So if he is putting this theta, which is a Greek letter, so they use these Greek letters to describe angles. So we know that this theta means angle in Euclidean sense. It means between two straight lines, inclination between two straight lines.
Yeah, he knows that too, because he's talked about the planes of the circles that we're dealing with. It's all, I mean, he keeps saying this, it's weird to him. But to me, this is amazing that we've got the chair of the mathematics department of the university going to blue marble science to say these things about this. And like, we're only just normal people at the very beginning of our journey to understand mathematics. So if the chair of the mathematics department wants to come and talk to us, then please do. Don't sit with blue marble science. Come and talk to us and explain this stuff to us.
I
Rather
would
than just
very
saying it's
much
weird.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be very helpful because, as you've so rightfully pointed out just now, is within mathematics, of course, that's built upon logic. And if we're going to talk about logic, we have to talk about the law of identity. And when we're talking of an angle, the identity for the angle, the one we use in logic and geometry, we get that one from Euclid at the foundations of mathematics. So I would really much appreciate having this professor coming over here and explaining how and why and when in the logical progression of the axiomatic system this identity is allowed to be violated. That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and these other geometries that are not Euclid. I'm wondering whether they would also have the definition of an angle being different than the Euclidean one, or would they just still hold the Euclidean angle definition as being the inclination of one straight line to another straight line? Rather hard to tell. Well, unless the professor can come round and explain this sort of stuff to us. Would be helpful.
It must be Euclidean, as if angles can never be discussed in any other possible context. And it's just...
That's because angles are defined within Euclidean geometry. So how could they be anything other than that without another definition?
It's very, very weird, the way that he gets it. Now, to be fair, when we do describe angles, we usually do it with tangent things and the tangent things themselves are Euclidean, but the angles themselves are referring to things that aren't Euclidean necessarily.
Yeah, but
the tangent things are Euclidean.
And they are tangent to something non-Euclidean. Did he say that?
The angles are something that can be non-Euclidean. Although one of the lines is a tangent, and that would be a straight line. So semi-Euclidean.
Yeah.
So weird. I mean, he says it's weird. Yeah, this is very strange. But hey, new mathematics.
to say the square function is Euclidean.
Themselves are Euclidean, but the angles themselves are referring to things that aren't Euclidean necessarily.
Yeah, but to say the square function is Euclidean is just bizarre.
Yeah, I guess maybe because it has the word square in it.
Is velocity Euclidean, Bev?
What? Is velocity Euclidean? Is he misunderstanding the square part that's Euclidean? Where did velocity come from? Amazing.
Yeah.
We get velocity squared in a lot of equations.
Right. Kinetic energy is suddenly Euclidean because it has a square function. I don't know. It's very, very weird.
It just makes no sense.
Yeah.
It's a big pause there. It just makes no sense. What doesn't make any sense? What Blue's saying? Why Blue's got a problem with it being Blue not understanding a square function. Entirely Euclidean.
R squared. That angle measure we'll call theta. So theta is the angle measure of the loon. Theta over pi times 4 pi r squared. Well, the pi's cancel. Guess somebody ate them. And what's left over is just the theta. So we get the area of the loon. They didn't even laugh at my joke. I'm mostly disappointed.
That was a joke. Wow.
Of anything else, I'm disappointed about that.
I laughed. I thought it was good.
Theta r squared. Okay, now let's go back to the 3 overlapping loons that form that triangle. If the angles are theta 1, theta 2, and theta 3, the total area of the 3 overlapping loons is going to be 4 theta 1 r squared plus 4 theta 2 r squared plus 4 theta 3 r squared. But that overcounts the whole surface of the sphere. In fact, the part that gets overcounted is...
Theta are always the same angle. That's maybe why he has the 3 times 180, right, to make 540. Because he just uses the same angle 3 times. Could that be why he has a problem like that?
Could it be that he's not necessarily recognizing that he has 3 circles in, within a sphere?
Yeah.
I mean, I just seen the drawing he was doing of the in quote spherical triangle that we've once seen.
The ball.
But yeah. But when they say that, they're not mentioning, that this is about 3 circles within a sphere. It's not about actual curved lines on the surface of the sphere. They're just leaving that up to you to imply for yourself, and it's kind of shady that they do that, and that's why I just wanted to point it out now. I saw him make the drawing.
Yeah, he draws a big ball and then, well, he draws a circle and then makes it look like a sphere by drawing loons, which are, I guess, the representation of these circles within a two-dimensional thing, right? That's why in relation to the moon, right, there's a face of the moon, and these lines are curved lines upon a face, upon a circle, whereas he's trying to make you consider a sphere whilst drawing a circle. It's impressive.
Is the triangle that's made by the three geodesics and a copy of that triangle in the back. And in fact, each of the three loons...
Oh, two triangles. So everything gets duplicated within this.
Yes, if we have 1 point duplicated, so we have also this.
Yeah, all 3 points get duplicated,
Yeah.
so there's actually 6 points in the distance. Duplicated.
cover both of those triangles once. So each loon has two triangles.
He's not commenting on that. Not commenting on the doubling. Because, you know, like he has a sense of even. He didn't really... Euclid didn't make it, but he understands that it's duplicated and it's doubled. So there would be an even representation.
Triangle areas in it. If we want to cover the whole sphere, we only want to cover the triangle in the front and the triangle in the back one time. But since we have 3 loons covering both of those once, we actually have 6 triangles that are counted.
Good at colouring, isn't he? Look at that. Nice. He's good at colouring balls. I bet he thinks it's a 2D surface of a ball.
Yep, I do.
Render and flat earth math. He does. Yep, I do.
We only want 2. Right? 1 front, 1 back. That's 2 triangles, 1 counted, but each loon counts the...
Well, was that you or me then? Oh, it's hard to tell. That was you in that one. Wasn't it?
How he can have front and back in 2D? Because he's talking about front and back means perspective. So
here we go again.
Yeah.
Yep, he said yep. He does think it's 2D.
Yeah, because we're viewing it in 3-dimensional space, you'll see it as a front and a back, and that's what I'm trying to describe. But
because we're viewing it in 3-dimensional space.
if you just lived on the surface of that thing, like we do live on a sphere, and you drew 3 loons on the surface, I mean, that's pretty expensive to do, I imagine. Yeah, you would have two different triangles that are drawn out by those lines, and you wouldn't necessarily have to think front and back. You just go from one place to the other.
So this is the model afflicted mind. This is where this man is a mathematician. He's trying to apply it to reality. I think blue marble science hasn't done him any favors. He should have said, you know, you want to be careful. You get into this realm, you start nut-sacking yourself. There's been many examples, but I don't think Blue has done that.
But it's just, I don't know. It's weird. I think they're just grasping for anything, because as we'll find in a minute, they've totally are completely lost on the algebra in a second. I think they're just grasping for anything they can get at.
Oh yeah, this is already way beyond their understanding, I think.
Wow. So we've completely understood what they're talking about, and he's got a 2D but existing within 3D. And he thinks it's beyond our understanding. Nice one, Blue Marble Science. Leading the new mathematics community.
So, or depth. So he is talking about 3-dimensional space.
Yeah, he's not talking about the front and back of like a plate. Is he? He's talking the front and back of a ball.
Yeah. So the part
What's
of
the
the
difference?
surface
But I don't
in
understand
the
that
front
example that he just gave.
and part.
So he said he's not talking about the front and back of a plate, but does a plate not have depth? I mean, is that okay to talk about? Like the front and back of a plate is 2D, but you know, like
No, the front and back of a plate isn't 2D. He's trying to grasp at something here. That's not 2D either.
what if you had a piece of sheet metal or a piece of paper or whatever? Can you talk about the front and back of that and it not being, 3D? I mean, I don't know what he's getting at.
I don't either. You were right in what you said. They're just grasping at anything right now.
Wow, this is the case of the model affliction. They have a conception of 2D, but it exists within 3D. Well,
Yes,
we would say that everything is 3D. So you can't really have 2D because that's not tangible. 2D doesn't exist within 3 dimensions. It's conceptualized. It's a way to think about that space.
And by the way, if you know what 3D is, then by subtracting one dimension from 3D, you have 2 dimensions. So you also understand what 2D is. So I don't understand his argument that we don't understand. If we understand 3D, therefore we understand 2D, because understanding 2D is easier than understanding 3D. So I don't know what he is arguing against, because if you know the whole, you know the part. I don't know why they are talking about us not understanding something.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, obviously we do understand 3D, and we do understand the conceptualization of 2D that helps you derive that 3D, a part of the axiomatic system of geometry. These guys have left that behind, though. They left it behind at the beginning. They left Euclid and the axioms of Euclid well behind in the past. We're just pointing out that they're still actually using it, but it's somehow different in their mind. And that's the part that they can't understand about us, that we're still living in reality. We're not departing from that on their little fantasy.
Yeah,
They have no idea where you're going with this, and so the only thing they really can do is just try to confuse it.
yeah, very weird.
Part of the surface on the back.
And there's like an entire diameter space that they want to ignore in between those two. Right?
Yeah.
It's weird, that, isn't it? Like, you've got to imagine that both of them are on the same 2-dimensional plane, but they look like they're overlapping each.
Well, if you want to think about it in terms of, like, I could have said they're both triangles on the outside of the sphere, if you want, because they really are on the same side of the sphere. It's just,
Well, he said it again, the same 2-dimensional plane.
Did he say the same side of the sphere?
Yeah. If he's talking about surface has it invokes a 3rd dimension, because Euclid said that we have, for example, line within the plane. So it is not at the side of the
Yeah, I mean,
surface.
this is the
It is
core
within.
concept, isn't it? Side. He said they're on the same side of the sphere. Well, how many sides of a sphere? How many sides does a sphere have?
Yes, but surface, whatever he says about side, it is outside of this, what he's calling a surface of the sphere. So you cannot put something on the side
Yeah.
of the surface of the sphere because you are outside of that surface. So it's just nonsense.
This is the new mathematics. This is the mathematical chair of university. Destroying me, look. Destroys, try thinking. Unless he's just trying to destroy people from thinking for themselves. I don't know.
Not talking about a two-dimensional plane, Biff.
Yeah.
This is not a plane.
Yeah, the idea that, yeah, exactly. Like the idea that one dimension means line and two dimension means plane and three dimension means space. That's not, like we said, that's not how we deal with dimension in mathematics.
Oh, strange.
Yeah.
Definition in mathematics. Measurement in, yes. And one direction means straight lines. So they have to be perpendicular, and you have only three.
Different in mathematics, apparently.
Yeah.
That again. If Scholar Source is going to do another video like this, I'd suggest not using Blue Marble Science. Try and do it on your own. Put it out on your own channel. But if you could please clue us into the new definition of dimension, if you will, please. Because like I say, we are simple folks and we like to use this understanding of 3 dimensions: X, Y, Z. Like, I would imagine most people would understand that.
There's all sorts of squiggly things that are one-dimensional, all sorts of squiggly things that are two-dimensional, and even though we can't visualize them because we don't see things that way, there's all sorts of squiggly things that are three-dimensional, four-dimensional.
We don't see.
What? So do we see the one dimension and the two dimensional, but not the three dimensional? Because he does make a break in between 1, 2, and then points out that we can't see 3 and 4.
Yes, he said
pretty much see in the 3 dimensions that we live in.
Yeah, so do I.
Well, let's go over. Let's listen to what he says again. Mathematics. This is
things that are one-dimensional, all sorts of squiggly things that are two-dimensional, and even though we can't visualize them because we don't see things that way, there's all sorts of squiggly things that are three-dimensional, four-dimensional, five-dimensional, 17-dimensional, whatever you want.
Yeah.
So he said that there are things that we cannot see in 3 dimensions.
Yeah, and 4.
That would be angels, maybe, okay, but they are not in that kind of dimensions. So I don't know what he's talking about, because I can say that I always see in 3 dimensions, and if something is too small, it is just too small. But definitely I can see in 3 dimensions. And he's right, yes, we cannot see in 4 dimensions because there is no such thing as 4 dimensions, because it is not existent. So I cannot say that I can see in 4 dimensions, because it is just nonsense.
Yeah, you could say that if perchance that you wanted to say that the image on the TV screen or your phone or whatever it is a 2-dimensional image, then you could also say that there is a distance from you to that 2-dimensional image. So there is another dimension. That's 3. You are seeing within the 3 dimensions, even when you're looking at something that you can conceptualize as 2D. there is a known other dimension between you and the image. So I'd say you are always seeing within 3 dimensions.
Yes, and by the way, if we are looking at, for example, at the surface of our screen, the computer, and there are some things on that screen, we usually sit in front of that screen, so we have orthographic view, let's say, in general. But you can go left or right, and then even surface of that screen you will see in 3D, because it would be at the angle. So one part will be closer to you and the other part of the screen would be farther. So it means you will see in perspective your screen, and everything what is on that screen you will see in perspective. So in 3D, in fact. So 3D, yes.
Yeah.
But 4D,
17. He was laughing at my 3,000 degrees. Each other. They are the same 2-dimensional plane inhabiting the same space.
Supposedly. But,
hard to tell.
Just...
He's put 2-dimensional surface, not plane, Bev.
Contradiction.
Yeah.
Surface which is not plane is not 2-dimensional. It cannot be 2-dimensional.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get what he's saying there. Let's see what Scholar Source, the professor, has got to say about this. It's hard to tell. Fantastic, though.
The front and the back individually, and since we have 3 of them, that means the front and the back are covered 3 times each, meaning we have 6 triangles covered when we add up the 3 loons. And
6 triangles.
Yeah, if you were following along.
Yeah, Bill.
Yeah, Bill.
Each loon covers each triangle twice. There's 3 loons. 3 times 2 is 6. Seems like I counted okay there. I don't know.
Pretty sure you got it right.
I think I'm becoming a little snarky, Blue.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We only wanted 2. So in order to get the surface area of the sphere out of this, we have to add up the surface area of the 3 loons and then subtract off 4 of the triangles, because that's what's been overcounted. So if we take...
It sounds like a Euclidean, right, to me, that he's just getting these pieces on the outside of a sphere and adding and subtracting bits.
Do you get the idea that if you woke Bev up in the middle of the night and said bubblegum, Bev would say Euclidean?
Euclidean, yeah. It's
Blue got fantasies of waking me up in the middle of the night. Blue got fantasies of sleeping with me, or at least in the vicinity of me. That's really weird. Dead strange, Blue.
Even if you were blowing a bubble with the bubble gum, it's bizarre to me, because like now don't get me wrong, I don't fault anybody for if this is complicated, because this is definitely requires some background to like understand some of the algebra that's here. So I'm not trying to be like rude.
This is not complicated at all. You've got circles on a sphere and you're just measuring angles between the planes of the circles. It's entirely Euclidean. Madness.
To anybody who's struggling to understand this, but like this is, I think this computation is something that you could do in high school. Like it's just
I'm quite sure of it.
Right. I mean, you're just talking about the surface area of a sphere, which is a formula that you learn in high school. So like, all this stuff is very high school. Like, I mean, maybe at most, maybe trigonometry, which not everybody does in high school. So maybe not quite high school, but pretty close. And it's just, I'm kind of, it's hard because you're trying to make something like this as understandable as possible. And it's just, the disconnect is weird. Like I feel bad a little bit because I maybe they're just not paying attention, but I hope that other people are seeing what's here, and trying to make this computation not mystical or magical, which they totally think it is by the time we're done with it.
What's he talking about? It's not mystical. It's not magical. He's drawing circles. He's got an angle between them. He's counting the pieces that he's cutting out. And then he's dividing it by 2. And then he's making too many. So he's subtracting 4. It's ridiculous.
They even talk about I did some kind of magic trick somewhere in there. But literally all these formulas that I've written down here are just, I've derived each and every one of them. I mean, the only one I didn't is the surface area of a sphere, because I assume that's known. But everything else is, I think, pretty well derived. So it's very, very kind of disappointing that that didn't come across to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the point is that this is not spherical geometry. This is the point.
Yeah.
Because he's supposedly talking about spherical geometry, and he's not. He's talking about normal geometry. And he uses these equations and labeling things in Euclidean manner, let's say. So why he's talking about spherical geometry, while he's not talking about spherical geometry at all?
Yep.
I'm at a loss for why they have such difficulty with what to me seems to be just really very rudimentary mathematics. There's nothing complex about any of this.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, entirely Euclidean. Just conceptual mathematics. I'm struggling to understand light paper. What's he talking about? Why's Blue Marble and this man got so confused about how they think that we don't understand what they're saying? They're just not saying anything that goes against Euclid, because this guy was the man that told you you got lied to. Well, nothing that they've said seems to fault that, because they're not pointing out where the lie is. Sounds fair enough, but it's Euclidean. Let's just take it.
Take the sum of the area of the 3 lunes, 4 theta 1 r squared, 4 theta 2 r squared, 4 theta 3 r squared, and subtract 4 areas of the triangle. Let's use t for the area of the triangle. That's going to equal the area of the sphere itself, which is 4 pi r squared. Now, if you notice, I have an equation here that has 4 everywhere. So I'm going to factor 4 out of both sides and divide it out. At that point, I have theta 1 r squared plus theta 2 r squared plus theta 3 r squared minus 1 triangle equals pi r squared. So if I want to find the area of the triangle, I just have to solve for t. So I'll add that t to the right-hand side, and I'll subtract that pi r squared to the other side. So on the left-hand side, you'll notice everybody has an r squared. So you can factor that out, and what you end up with is theta 1 plus theta 2 plus theta 3 minus pi quantity times r squared. Well, theta 1 plus theta 2 plus theta 3 is actually just the angle sum of that triangle. So let's replace that with the letter sigma. So what we have then is that the area of the triangle is equal to the angle sum of the triangle minus pi, that quantity times r squared.
He's got r squared.
Yes, so this is area of the plane, of the circle.
The square, right?
Yeah.
It is an area, but it's not an area of the plane.
Talking about a square, which is Euclidean.
Yeah, so
it does say.
Yeah, so he is adding
an area,
so
but it's not an area.
No, knucklehead. R square is the radius squared.
Yeah.
Yeah, square.
Square. It gives you a square.
Yeah. Why is that? Why is blue? Why do you think blue's doing that? Because there will be people that have watched this. There's 1.9 1,000 people watch this. What are they meant to have got from that? Did we say that r squared was the square of r? And now Blue said, no, knucklehead, r squared is the radius squared.
Yes.
Like, what's the difference?
Yes, r is radius, yes. So r squared is radius squared, yeah. We agree.
Yeah. Like,
What's
can you
the point?
imagine that? Somebody following you around after you say something that's saying, no, dickhead, that what you've just said is what you've just said. Like, just repeating everything that you say after saying, no, dickhead. There's something wrong with people like this. I don't know. Strange when Blue has to put these sort of things on the screen. I don't know whether he's done it afterwards. I think he might have done it afterwards, and the professor didn't know he's doing this sort of stuff. Square, talking about a square, which is Euclidean.
Yeah, so he is adding areas of 3 different planes or circles, let's say. This is area of the circle. So, and now he is putting this sigma, and he is and this sigma is all 3 angles. So this is sigma, and he is subtracting from sigma, from angle, he is subtracting number pi. I just don't understand. What does it mean?
Well, maybe we ought to tell him what it means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like if you can slide back just a little bit to get the previous Blackboard screen that I had.
That one?
A little bit more. I want the one with the full
bit more. Oh, yes, this one.
Let's.
Yeah.
So this one here, just a little bit forward, just so it gets that first line all the way down.
That's going to equal the area.
So that's how he's going to explain it now, right? How you subtract an angle from pi.
Area of the sphere itself,
There we go.
which is 4
Okay,
pi
so pause
r
it there. Now, so this equation here, right? I mean, this one is the one that's purely geometrical. So this equation comes entirely from the geometry. You have the first 3 terms on the left here are the areas of the 3 lunes, which are overlapping inside that triangle, right?
So there's 4 angles here, and there's 4 angles here, and there's another 4 angles here. You're going to add the angles together, and you've got the r squared, so you're going to derive the function to break it down to end up with what he's ended up with, and he's still going to try and minus an angle from pi. It's going to end up in the same position, but he's explaining it. So
yes, but he's saying he's talking about areas of that circles. This is what I was talking about, and he is now talking about areas of the circles. So but Blue Marble Science is objecting, and he's calling me names on the screen.
Yeah,
I was just pointing out what this guy is talking about. And now he's confirming, because he is talking about, you can rewind a bit, that he's talking about areas of these circles, of this lunas, or whatever. He's saying that.
You want to rewind a bit? Go back. Oh.
4
okay,
pi
so pause it there. Now, so this equation here, right? I mean, this one is the one that's purely geometrical. So this equation comes entirely from the geometry. You have the first 3 terms on the left here are the areas of the 3 lunes, which are overlapping inside that
areas
triangle,
of
right?
3
So
lunes.
like,
Yes,
think of 3 peels of an orange slice, right? And we're trying to wrap a sphere with these 3 orange peels, right? And you've got all 3 of them. Well, the triangle is the portion where the orange peels are covering. And those orange peels are doubling up or tripling up on each of those triangles. And so if you just added the surface areas of each of those orange peels, you'd have more than the surface area of the sphere because of the tripled up overlap.
Yeah, they're laying on top of each other. Right.
Exactly. Yeah, and we only want 2 of those triangles to be counted. But since we tripled up both the front and the back, we have 6 total triangles counted when we add up the surface areas of the 3 lunes. So to get the surface area of the sphere, we have to subtract off the extra layers of those orange peels, right? So you have to subtract off 4 of those extra layers because only 2 of them are supposed to be counted. And 6 minus 2 is 4. So that's why we're taking 4 off. So the first 3 terms are just adding the surface area of the orange
Totally
peels.
Euclidean.
The minus 4 triangles is getting off the excess orange peel that's tripling up on each triangle on the front and back, and they're going to get upset with me for saying front and back again, but whatever. And what you have left over is the total surface area of the sphere. So this equation is literally just describing that exact geometric idea there of 3 lunes added up.
He's talking about the front and the back of the same side.
Yeah, and he said that these are surfaces of these lunas. The circles, which these circles circumferences are created. So he's adding that. So I was right. I was talking about surface. And r squared means that we are talking about plane. Of course, you can calculate surface of the sphere, but you have to use some pi in that. Because without pi, you cannot calculate the surface of this of plane, because plane has no pi. So if you are trying to calculate area of the surface of the sphere, which is curved, you need pi for that, because it is curved. So no problem, but it is still, he's still talking about area. And Blue Marble Science was commenting on my comment that I was talking about area. And it was funny for him. I don't know what he is doing. Maybe he's not well.
Subtract off the four copies of the triangle. What's left over is the total area of the sphere. So that equation there, like that's exactly what that area is. That's a proof, if you want, of what that area of that the area of that triangle satisfies that equation. And everything else that we do from here is purely algebra. They're all algebra moves to this equation.
So it's totally Euclidean, and you're just using algebra.
Yeah, no spherical geometry.
No, yeah, none at all. Why is Blue Marble not piping up and saying about his spherical pi?
Why it is not used in supposedly spherical geometry?
He should be helping him out. He said, "Why are you not using me spherical pi?" I went to a lot of trouble making that video.
But he just said that this is just normal geometry and algebra. Yeah. And algebra is not spherical geometry.
Well, it's just a way to derive the equation, isn't it? You know, to sort of piece these things together. But it comes from a logical Euclidean understanding to derive this, like Saragaki said, from the unit circle. That's what this is. Because he's not putting numbers to these angles or anything, so therefore this R is just the unit for the unit circle. Yeah, and this is a formula or an equation that you can put your numbers into to derive an answer. But that would be within an area of a square area with dimensions. Expressed on a plane.
And any way that I algebraically manipulate this equation is exactly true, as true as this line here. So the fact that this line is established from a geometric relationship and is proved, every line that follows in the algebra is also proved true as well. And as Bev said, you can't unprove a proof. This is a proof of the statement that I'm going to make.
Yeah, Euclidean. Thank you.
Yes, and this R is straight line.
Yeah.
That doesn't belong to spherical geometry. So he's not using spherical geometry. So why he's talking about this lunas and whatever, and he's talking supposedly about spherical geometry, but I would say that he's not telling the truth, because they are not talking on Blue Marble Science, they are not talking about spherical geometry at all. That's my point. That's my objection. They should. And they are not talking about spherical geometry. How disappointing.
Yeah. Destroying us with the geometry that we already know about. Like, I don't get what these people are trying to do with this at all.
So this line here is proof from the geometry. The rest of it comes from the algebra. And I explained the algebra moves pretty carefully. So I don't, unless you want to go through each of those again, I don't think we have to. But
I don't think so either. But that's where the pi comes from in that final expression paper. Pi is right here. This is where it comes from. It's part of the.
Exactly.
It is a necessary part of the surface area of a sphere.
Or circle, yeah, or circle.
Blue's the one with the video titled Spherical Pi. How can he say that? That's a barefaced lie from Blue, that. It's going against his own teachings, unless he's just willing to say anything. Which I presume.
And by the way, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. The thing that I don't understand is why they are talking about these equations and Euclidean geometry instead of talking and applying spherical geometry. I am waiting how they are using spherical geometry, for example, to calculate area of the sphere. They are not showing me spherical geometry at work. I'm waiting for that. These spherical equations. Now they are using normal algebra and normal Euclidean principles and proportions, because pi is proportion. Nothing to do with a spherical geometry. That's why I am disappointed.
Yeah, pi r squared is the area of a circle.
Yeah.
And you've just got 4 of them. It doesn't make it curve or anything. It doesn't change the plane that the circle area is derived from. You just put a 4 in front of it. It's 4 circles of the same radius as the sphere.
Yeah.
We do understand that. I mean, but that's Euclidean. That circle, pi r squared, is a Euclidean circle. It's not Euclidean.
This is how you calculate area of Euclidean sphere, let's say.
Yeah.
So what about spherical geometry?
And we are doing it, we're working in radians. So those angles are radians now.
Those angles are radians now. Was that like a little magic trick he just did through himself there?
You were talking about radians with flat Earth math.
Yeah.
Because he was also arguing that we use spherical geometry, and you brought radians. So now they are talking about radians, and it is not spherical geometry at all. Also,
no, again,
yes.
It's just another way to conceptualize an angle, whilst not giving it a number value, keeping it within the pi idea.
Yes, so section of the circumference. So this is what radiant is section of curved line, which is circumference. Yes, this is how the angle can be expressed also. So, but nothing to do with spherical geometry.
Okay.
Yep, they are.
That makes everything work.
It makes everything work. If you just conceptualize an angle differently as a radian, then off you go. It makes everything work in Blue Marble's mind.
Now let's move back to where we were. Let's see. Somewhere in here.
That's about right here, yeah.
And now he is putting this sigma, and and this sigma is.
Yeah, he's putting the sigma there, paper, because it's convenient to do that. He could have left it the way he had it.
Yeah.
There's no problem with that. You could just say, stop right there. Theta 1 plus theta 2 plus theta 3 minus pi times r squared is equal to the area of the triangle. So you can do that. But just to make it easy, why not just say, okay, we're just going to say that theta 1 plus theta 2 plus theta 3 equals sigma and be done with it. Now we just got one term to write. It's easy. That's what we do in math a lot, paper. We make our lives easy when we can.
Yep.
All three angles.
Wow. Blue Marble Science. He should have been a teacher. He's good at doing maths, isn't he? He's good at that.
So this T is supposedly this spherical triangle.
The area of the spherical triangle, I think. Yeah, just T.
Okay, but this is just section of the sphere, so it has still nothing to do with the spherical geometry, and this what they call spherical triangle. Of course, it is not triangle. It is just a figure, undefined figure. They call it spherical triangle. Okay, but they are using normal, let's say, not spherical calculations, not spherical geometry calculations. So, what's the point? Yes, you can calculate area of section of a ball or of a surface of the sphere, whatever. You can do that in many ways, I think, and it has nothing to do with spherical geometry. For me, at least.
No, not at all.
So this is sigma, and he is subtracting from sigma, from angle, he's subtracting number pi.
He's subtracting an angle that's in radians.
Angle is an radiant. Okay, so but this angle is not telling us that. So no problem. I have no problem. Okay,
he's still
whatever
not
they do.
Is he? Like pi is a ratio, the number. How do you subtract an angle, even if you represent the angle as a radian?
Yep. And the reason why it's there is that that's what the algebra of this equation that we found geometrically led to. So this equation here is proven from the geometric equation we had before. So this equation is true for that surface area of the triangle. If you want, I mean, you could, even if in Bev's context, if you don't want to call
in Bev's context. Oh, what the hell happened there?
What the algebra?
Yeah, in Bev's context, what's he talking about? Is he meant to be giving a lesson or talking about in Bev's context? This is meant to be mathematics, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why is he referencing me? My context.
I have a question, if I may.
Go on.
Is there a chance you can rewind it a bit where Blue said theta 1 plus theta 2 plus theta 3 equals sigma of theta 1 plus 2 plus 3, whatever. It's like he's just repeating himself.
Yeah. No,
It
we're
makes
not
no.
rewinding for blue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I put in chat.
Blue's not mentioned spherical pi once. None of these people have mentioned spherical geometry at all. This is all basic conceptual Euclidean understanding of the unit circle expressed into the sphere. There's nothing new here at all.
I'm just trying to see if what I put in chat is stuff 1 plus stuff 2 plus stuff 3 equals the sum of stuff 1 plus stuff 2 plus stuff 3. It's like, instead of saying is the sigma of those things, like that's what he's trying to be math with.
Yeah.
He's trying to, I don't know. I don't get it. It's like, why would you say that? It makes,
because they're trying to convince people that this is spherical geometry, but it's just not. They're trying to convince themselves that this is spherical geometry, because if they can do that, then they don't need to look into what spherical geometry actually is and how there's absolutely nothing there for it to be.
The things that add up are the sigma of the things that add up. That like, okay.
And by the way, this theta 1, theta 2, and theta 3, of course, they are angles, and they are angles from the center of the sphere. So it is that's why it is r squared, because this angle is between two radii. So straight lines. This is but supposedly on the surface of the sphere, they have, he says that this big T means triangle, but this is spherical triangle, and these lines on the surface of the sphere are not straight lines, they are curved. But he is using radii to name that angles. Theta 1, theta 2, and theta 3 are angles with straight lines, being radii.
Yeah, so sigma that paper.
And sigma is just sum of these three angles.
I know.
So it is still, he's still using straight lines, normal angles, and then he's saying, talking about that gives us a spherical triangle with curved lines. This is just nonsense.
Agreed.
Complete nonsense.
Of this equation that we found geometrically led to. So this equation here is proven from the geometric equation we had before. So this equation is true for that surface area of the triangle. If you want, I mean, you could, even if in Bev's context, if you don't want to call it a triangle, the region on the sphere that we're describing is this area here. Now, it is a triangle. That's what we're talking about in spherical geometry. That's what it is. But that's what this.
He's there. It's the first mention of spherical geometry that it's a triangle. But he's just said it isn't a triangle.
Yes, it is not triangle. It is just area of the surface or section of the surface, and we call it spherical triangle.
Yeah.
But of course, we can call it whatever. We can call it unicorn also. It doesn't make it triangle, because triangle is planar figure. Cannot be expressed on the surface of the sphere without distortion. And because of implications, that we have curved lines instead of straight lines, and we have unmeasurable angles larger than within a normal triangle. So
That's
is not
the thing. I think paper, it's 2D until you draw on it, or you take a sandpaper to it. or whatever. You know what I mean? Then it becomes you can't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but this is just the point is that
draw on
what he's
something
doing here
do, right?
is he's just using Euclidean and the pi, which is the relationship of the circumference to the diameter, and the radius squared. That they're the only things he's using, and an angle that he's then going to represent as a portion of r about the surface. So that r is going to be fed back into the pi r squared formula, right? And he's just using Euclidean understanding to derive whatever he thinks. And then through the use of an equation, he's then going to try and fool people into thinking it's spherical geometry somehow. It's just a magic trick. It's not.
It conflates 2D and 3D.
Yes, not yet, but
yeah,
maybe in the process. But now he's saying that we have area of spherical triangle, and he's not saying spherical triangle. He is saying that this is area of section of the sphere, and we call it a triangle. Which is not correct. They should call it spherical triangle, because they know, and they should know, that it is not triangle, it is spherical triangle. And spherical triangle,
that's what they do, though.
It differs from triangle, like chair from electric chair. You can say that electric chair is the same as chair, but I would say that it has some differences. So,
might be a little more dangerous.
Yeah, totally different. You still sit in it though, right?
Yeah. But
okay.
Yeah, so the same. Okay, no problem.
This is saying that this is a geometric proof that region on the sphere's area is equal to this formula here.
Yep.
A geometric proof, you see, which I've no doubt it is a geometric proof, but it's Euclidean.
Yes, not normal geometry, normal algebra to calculate area of this figure, which is labeled as T, and which is not triangle. This is what they are doing, and I am perfectly okay with that. I have no objection. My only objection is that they call this T triangle, which is not, because we cannot have triangles on the surface of the sphere, and they have this T figure using normal calculations, Euclidean geometry and algebra, and nothing to do with spherical geometry, because we can calculate area of the sphere and sections of the sphere using normal algebra and geometrical principles, Euclidean principles. So, and this is how people are taught in schools. So it is no problem, and has nothing to do with spherical geometry. This is our objection, that they say that this is spherical geometry. It is not.
Yeah, we've got an hour and 42 into this video, and they've not touched upon any spherical geometry, apart from just then when he tried to convince us that somehow is spherical geometry, which it isn't. I can't see where spherical geometry is just yet.
What's crazy is they're
does it mean?
Go on.
Sorry.
Go on.
What's crazy is they're using the very thing that in the beginning, or well, when we started the video today, he said like the Euclidean geometry is outdated. Yeah. Isn't that what he said? Or, I may be paraphrasing, but whatever it was, it's old. It's like we left it behind, I think is what he said. But everything he's done so far is the thing he said got left behind.
Yes. It is the foundations of mathematics. So I'm struggling to wonder why they imagine it's somehow different.
Yeah. Same here.
Yeah, it's going into the mind. Obviously, there's something changed. Blue, have a word with your boy. Get him to come round. Let's have a chat. Or any other mathematicians that are out there. I would imagine there isn't many that are willing to attempt this link to reality, which I think is the thing that we seem to have on top of this. We have the understanding of mathematics, but we've also got the relation to the practical reality side. And there's a very good link between the two of those. And that's Euclidean geometry, a logical system of understanding. But these people want to break that link somehow. That's what I'm keen to find out. And the destruction that this guy's going to give of me will surely come the moment he tries. He unlinks that from me.
I think he messed it up in the beginning when he gave the from where we started the video, where he gave the metaphor and that analogy, whatever it was, with the sports. Like, you can say I can score a goal in basketball or score a goal in soccer, but you're scoring a goal, but they're two different meanings they have two different score values in the different games, and he wants to be able to use words colloquially. Like he said it earlier. It's an angle. I mean, you can have straight lines or curve. I mean, it's just an angle. Or you can have a triangle with 180, but you can also have a triangle on. I mean, it's like, yeah, but it's not. I mean, he gave it away in the beginning, and they just want leeway to use words however they want to. I mean, it's the relativism.
Mm-hmm.
But all the while, he's still using Euclidean geometry to explain everything. It's
like Harry
crazy.
Potter and the Book of Thoughts.
Wouldn't know.
I mean, anyway, it's crazy.
Spherical
Broken
geometry,
minds.
isn't it? This is what happens when you break from what is known and you branch off into this realm of model affliction.
I mean, subtracting pi from
take some angles
angle.
And then take away pi. Well, I think he means that pi is the sum of 180, right? It would consider within Euclidean space, right?
Does sigma have
within a circle? Go on, sorry.
Does sigma have a specific value, or is it just a random?
It's the sum of the area of it's the sum of the angles of the three. It's the sum of the angles of the three angles in the triangle. That's what sigma is.
Yeah.
Yes, we know that.
And does it have a specific value?
Depends on the triangle.
Depends on the triangle. In this particular case, it certainly does, but it is not a constant. It can be lots of different numbers. You change the triangle, you change the numbers.
What?
Sounds like they're trying to score a basketball goal playing soccer. I don't know. It's weird.
Like radius number.
Yeah, just change it. If you change it, it's different. Well done, Blue Marble.
Brilliant.
Yeah. That's Blue Marble science mathematics. That.
Yes, if we add 1 to 2, we have 3, and this is different from 2. Yeah. We know.
Wait. Can you say that slower for me so I can catch up with that?
If we add, etc.
If you have this number and then you have a different number, then guess what? Those numbers are different.
Oh, wait.
Sort of built into the axioms of
genius.
Yeah.
Fucking genius. Genius.
I do have the perfect song for today.
How long have we got? I want to, because I want to try and get rid of this tomorrow. So if we can get through another quarter of an hour, 5, 10, 7 minutes of this, then we're due for a wrap up, I think. And then
Maybe
we can
do
the
like
rest tomorrow.
1.25 speed.
Pardon?
Maybe do 1.25 speed or something like that.
No, it was only 7 minutes. We've done 40 minutes. We'll be okay.
Sum of theta 1 plus theta 2
The angles between
plus
the planes.
theta 3, this is sigma. All
Okay.
three
'Cause
angles, it is sigma. So he reduced this adding single angles into one called sigma. So
Okay.
sigma, it is that's 3 theta, theta 1, 2, and 3, and all of
No, it's not 3 theta, Paper. Those angles don't have to be the same.
Yeah.
them. It is sigma.
Yeah,
I
well,
said
the-
all
to
of
me,
them.
Oh,
I
they
didn't
have to
say
be
that.
different now.
No, he is objecting because he thinks that I was talking about theta 3, this
Yeah.
third angle. I was talking about all of 3 angles.
Yeah, but what
So,
Blue Marble's saying is that this theta 1, theta 2, and theta 3 can be different.
Yes, I know.
But wasn't he saying earlier that some things only allow angles of 180, none above 180, which would consider the triangle having all 3 equal angles.
Yes, that would be.
So is Blue Marble breaking that rule? Because they don't forget, whenever they go to this, they always go to a 90-90-90 triangle, don't they? All the time, every time that they're equilaterals. Whenever you say 540, they divide it by 3 to come up with 3 by 180, 3 pi, like this man said. But Blue's saying they can be different now.
But they are derived from these planes created from the center of the sphere, and they are perpendicular. So I don't know how they can be different from each other.
Well, that's spherical geometry, isn't it? Blue Marble Science and this Scholar Source are about to let us know how they can be different. I mean, in triangles within Euclidean geometry, they can be all different.
And by the way, if they are different, so how can you reduce them? It means that they are unknown. So how can you reduce them to 1 sigma if they are unknown? That would be weird for me. But whatever.
This is
I
where
guess
I've got.
they're missing that it's that they're subscripts, right? So theta 1, theta 2, theta 3 are all different, potentially different numbers.
Yeah. It doesn't say that they can't be the same. They could be, but they not necessarily.
Right.
Lost because.
So where he's saying they are different, that they could be the same.
Could be. Yeah.
Could be, but they are different. But may not be.
I don't know whether I was messing about at the back of the class or what I was doing,
No,
but
this is just how to work out the area of a sphere, and he's just portioning parts off. But like Paper says, he's added some angles together and he's minus pi, but he doesn't mean 3.14.
Actually, pause it there. I do mean 3.14.
What?
This is where Blue Marble Science will have to jump in now. Listen to Blue Marble jump in and tell him about spherical pi.
It's 3.14 radians. It's exactly what 180 degrees is. So yes, in this equation, pi is standing in for the number 3.14159 whatever. But I don't think Bev knows what a radian is.
He doesn't. Should come in and ask us, see whether we know. I think I know what a radian is. think I've expressed that to Blue many times.
Seems lost on him here.
Yeah, it seems to be, and just keep in mind, Bev, that pi is just a convenient name, just like Alan has renamed the sum of those three angles as sigma. Pi is just a convenient way of renaming 3.1415928, whatever.
Yeah,
it's a constant. It is a number.
It's a constant. It's a number.
Oh man.
So what about his changing pi?
Mm-hmm. About his video that he made.
So if it
It
because
wouldn't-
he
it wouldn't
said
happen
that
to be
it
a
is not a
ratio.
constant. I've heard him saying that this is not a constant.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on, guys. That was a different video. I mean, seriously.
Yeah. He was
I'm just
rebutting.
joking.
He was rebutting pi being Euclidean in that one.
Yeah, I mean,
Stop editing it. Make Blue sound stupid with your editing.
It represents a number.
He means 180 because that's the angle sum of the triangle. Pi. Within this framework.
Yeah, I kind of understand
But at
where it's
least he
going.
got
You know,
that,
the
that I have-
equation.
Oh, he's not going to attempt that. The angle sum of a triangle just happens to be 182. Well, I mean 2 as well. 180 as well.
Talking about the
You know,
angles
my
now.
mind just goes blank.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Sorry, go back. Well, so I was saying at least you got that part right because that I am talking about that pi is referring to the angles sum that's equal to 180, right? So I'm comparing an angle sum to that angle.
That's right.
Oh,
There you
okay.
go. Right. So triangles do have 180 degrees now. At least they're within
this-
the sum of the thing that he's actually using to say that triangles don't have 180. This seems a little bit contradictory within his own mathematics.
I was
Yes,
just gonna say it sounds like contradiction.
yes, because he is using these theta angles, and he's using this ratio, which is in triangle, normal triangle. And now at the end of equation, we have t, which means we know that this is spherical triangle. So
Right. So pi me a triangle.
yes, but he's using this normal triangles, normal pi, normal r, and then outcome is spherical triangle. Bam, we have spherical triangle. And this is just a trick. Magic
Right.
trick.
So that's what I'm saying. What's the pi of a triangle? Like, what do you?
Pi is this. We have if we have diameter and semicircle, you can describe triangle on that. So this is what it is. So it has to be 180 degrees.
And he's just agreed. Let's go back to that. It's one of the things that Bev gets right.
Well, so I was saying at least you got that part right because that I am talking about that pi is referring to the angles sum that's equal to 180, right? So I'm comparing an angle sum to that angle.
That's right.
At least understood that aspect.
Yeah.
He doesn't mean 3.14. He means 180 because that's the angle sum of a triangle. Pi. Within this framework.
Yeah, I kind of understand where he's going. You know, the equations, you know, my mind just goes blank. And I say, I don't know, because something happened when I was learning it, that I missed something here and it didn't make any sense to me.
This is like an algebraic formula where you
yeah, exactly. That's the bit I didn't get.
The bit to get t, but that's
It isn't like an algebraic formula, Biff. It is an algebraic formula.
Yeah, and this is the this is the part that I don't know. I started taking this a lot less. Well, I mean, I didn't really take it that seriously to begin with, but this is the part where I found kind of a little disingenuous because like I get that people struggle with different parts of math, and I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad or anything like that. Like people struggle with stuff all the time, and that's okay. But when you're talking about something like this, and you're trying to critique a mathematical idea, but you struggle to understand like basic fundamentals of the argument being made.
Is he talking about himself?
I think so, because now he's talking about this is supposedly a lie. Because he said at the beginning that this, what he is now describing in this algebraic form, etc., normal triangles, it is a lie, supposedly. So
I don't know if he necessarily used those words, though, did he? But
yes, he did at the very beginning
did
of this
at
video.
the beginning.
He says it's a lie you've been taught about 180 degrees. But he's just said that I got it right when we were expressing that an angle sum of a triangle was 180 degrees. And now he's trying to say that other people are being disingenuous when they're saying that they don't get what's going on here.
Yeah, what I got from it, and maybe it'll become a bit clearer when he finishes his little sentence, was at the time, in reality, you know, I was just watching this and I was looking at it and trying to sort of keep up with the equations and things, and realized, you know, in my mind, there's some blanks there, you know. So I was trying to understand what those symbols were and what they meant, and so I was naively asking, well, you know, does sigma have a value? And so, and you know, because I was said, you know, when something happened at school, I missed something, and it something no longer made any sense to me. I don't know what it was, and I felt like when I listened to this that it was, he picked up on that as if nobody here really understood it, because he says at this point, you know, I began to not take it seriously. And so kind of for me, when I listened to it the first time, I thought this is just kind of like, you know, an act of bad faith, really, that in the editing and the way that they, you know, because it is edited, you know, yeah, it was to give the impression that largely nobody here really understood anything. But that was my take on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think just to kind of piggyback on that is one person is backing up the other person's wonkiness, and it's like reciprocal wonkiness going on right here. Like, oh yeah, that's right, because blah 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 blah. Yet it's all being contradictory at the same time. Is that kind of what you're saying,
I think
yeah, I mean, you know, I just felt that because I didn't understand it personally, and I was expressing that at the time because I never thought we were going to get to this place. You know, we were just in a room and saying, you know, realizing, because I know I've got gaps, you see. So, and some of it is in the symbols and what they mean. You know, I know what pi means, but you know, some of the other things I think, oh, well, does that mean that has a particular value? So I was thinking in my head, well, does sigma have a value like pi, you know, as a symbol, you know? And now I can see, I understand. Oh, no, it isn't. It just represents those other three.
Yeah, it's just a placeholder for something
else. Yeah, and so I thought, oh, okay, that's what that is, fine. But, you know, I felt when I listened to this that it was, you know, focused on that as if I've represented everybody kind of thing. And that's what I felt when he was talking about loons and he described the meaning of loon. That when he talked about the lunatic sort of sense of that word, you know, it came from moon madness and the loon. That was in this arena he was talking, and then he said, but when we talk about it, we see it like a segment of an orange, something a bit more benign, you know, kind of subtle little, you know, direction of language. But anyway, that yeah, and I felt like, oh god, I wish I hadn't said that because they, you know, use, if I felt they just used it as a
I think that's
way
what
to
they
kind
do
of
though. That's why they do this.
Yeah,
to stop
Yeah.
people from speaking up next time. People will be
Because
more picky with the way they do it, because these people misrepresent just about everything you ever say. They've been doing it to me for years.
Yeah, because he's saying, you know, well, yeah, I get it. Some people don't kind of understand this and that, and it's difficult for some people. And so that was where, you know, I was thinking, let's use focus on what I said, because I personally didn't understand it. I mean, everybody else didn't, you know, at the time. But yeah.
Well, that's right. That's exactly right. That's what I think too. And I think Bev, you would really kind of jive on that. It's like, well, just because somebody is talking about something, you shouldn't feel bad or however your brain thinks. Like, wait a second, or how does that work, or however it goes, just so you can understand. Like, try to follow along with whatever the fuck logic kind of stuff they got going on. Like, how does that work? You should never feel. I don't think that you should ever feel like, no, stupid for asking those kinds of questions.
Yeah, this guy's meant to be a teacher or a professor.
That's holding the chair of the mathematics department.
Shouldn't he be trying to explain it in a different way if it didn't come across clear enough? You know, he shouldn't just be saying what he's saying here to people. Surely he's come across this before where people haven't quite grasped what he's trying to put down.
Especially when you know, nowadays, even people are more sensitive to, or should be more sensitive to how people process things differently. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's get through this.
How can you really like say that you're seriously criticizing this? Like the fact that they don't understand this calculation just makes this entire exercise rather disingenuous, because it means clearly they do not understand a word of what I.
But see, why is he saying that we don't understand the calculation?
We
That's
understand.
what I meant. I thought he picked up from what I said,
but
you know, and used that as a kind of focal point, you know, that because I didn't personally understand something and I'd asked a question of paper, you know, that's what I forgot from that he was focusing on that, and so it was a sign nobody understood anything.
But Erdeber, the problem is in logic that you don't need to understand everything, because in that equations they are using normal geometry, normal pi, normal r. They don't belong to spherical geometry. That's the point. This is to counter their argument against spherical geometry. You just need to know that what this pi is in this equation. This is normal Euclidean, let's say, pi. And what this is, this r is normal straight line, distance between center and the surface of the sphere. So straight line. Therefore, they are not talking and they are not using spherical geometry at all. That's the point. It doesn't matter if you don't know this transformations of equations. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They speak with language of Euclid. And they call it supposedly spherical geometry. It is not. This is disingenuous.
Keep your French fries on the table paper.
Pardon?
Keep your French fries on the table. Don't flip the table over. You're good.
I was trying to actually say, much less the fact that algebraic equations are precisely how you prove several things in geometry. For example, Pythagorean's theorem is an algebraic equation that is describing something that happens geometrically.
Did he say Pythagoreans? Let me just...
How you prove several things in geometry. For example, Pythagorean's theorem.
Pythagorean's theorem? Has anyone ever heard of that?
This is about triangle. Yes, so
Pythagoreans.
Yeah,
what?
I think that he's.
That may just be a new mathematical way of saying it. But
maybe.
I mean,
modern mathematics.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, let's give it to all of the Pythagoreans. You can't just give it to one guy.
Yeah, but there was a whole group of them, so I mean, maybe they was collective. I don't know.
Yeah.
Collective theorem.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Paper's got it.
Is an algebraic equation that is describing something that happens geometrically. If you can't handle the algebra, then it's kind of hard to accept that you are qualified to criticize a mathematical argument that's geometrical, because geometry has some algebra in it. Like you're going to.
Wow. He's trying to put it all into algebra. There's some algebra in geometry, so if you don't understand the algebra, then how can you say anything about the geometry when we can just say and point out that it's entirely Euclidean? And aren't you meant to be doing non-Euclidean?
But we've gone like 45 minutes in this video, and I still have yet to hear them. Even like Blue did a video, but nobody's explaining non-Euclidean geometry. They've used the whole time they've used Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, something tells me we're not going to see any either.
They use that to make arguments about the geometry. That's how we do these.
We don't make arguments about the geometry. We can make arguments within the geometry, but not about it.
These things. So this part here for me, I found quite disingenuous. They're not taking this very seriously and aren't willing to even try to understand what's going on, and they're not willing to like it's one thing to just not understand it and ask questions about it and try to figure out and get some help to see what's going on, but they're coming at it from a point of view like, hey, this guy's just totally wrong, and we're going to tell you why he's wrong, but we don't even understand half of what he said, and that's kind of disingenuous, you know.
Well, it's exactly how they do things, though.
Oh, here we go. Pointing out that he's using Euclidean geometry is not being disingenuous. I pointed out at the beginning of this when he was going over his 4 pi r squared, entirely Euclidean. All of it entirely Euclidean. It's been stated by us a lot. And what rebuttal have we got now? Just that somebody might not understand the algebra, which we do. It's pretty simple. Pretty dishonest.
This is not. It doesn't happen with Bev and this crowd, or any of the other flat earthers for that matter. Strictly.
Does he mean any of the other flat earthers? What's he talking about? Is this why Blue Marble Science did this and got this guy round there? And we're not flat earthers, Blue.
That seems a bit disingenuous.
Yes,
I would say like it's like prejudice, like being a bigot.
Yeah.
Just labeling somebody and then lumping other people into a label that, you know. Wow.
I don't know who else Blue Marble's had a conversation with about this. But, I mean, I suppose he's known to talking for Blue Marble, talking to flat earthers all the time. But, I mean, so he's saying that he's going round talking to people about spherical pi. And we're obviously challenging him. But he's also saying that the flat earthers are doing that too. I'd like to know which flat earthers they are, because perhaps they might be able to have a conversation about this with us too. Or whether they go round to Blue Marble Sciences and talk about, talk to this university professor. Perhaps they could have a word with him. He might want to talk to the flat earthers more than he wants to come and talk to us, non-flat earthers.
To do with things like this, Alan. they do it with anything, everything. They have no understanding, no foundation in the topic whatsoever, yet they feel like they're, for some reason or the other, they think they're qualified to critique it.
But do you need a qualification to critique somebody saying that you were lied to when you were a child about triangles having 180 degrees? Do you really need a qualification for that? It appears Blue Marble's laying down sort of things. Maybe you have to go and get your certificate from Blue Marble Science.
And it is simply ridiculous.
Yeah, I will say one of the things that I've actually kind of enjoyed about watching some flat Earth, especially flat Earth debunking content, is I'll hand it to flat earthers that they do ask some pretty good questions. The problem is that they don't actually look for an answer and don't accept an answer when there's one that's been shown to answer that question. And like that's where I think the honest inquiry should be. Like, it's okay to have a question. Like, no problem. Sure. Like, have a question. If something's weird to you, something doesn't make sense, that's fine. Ask it as a question, but be humble enough to recognize that there are other human beings out there who may have worked on that question and answered it. And not only answered that, but might have asked the next 100 questions that followed and answered those as well. Yeah. I mean, like, we have, people who do this stuff full time. I mean, this teaching math, working at a university is my full-time job. I spend all day, right now, because I'm the department chair, I do a lot of administrative work. So mostly I'm answering emails. But when I was teaching classes, I mean, I was solving math problems and working on math and thinking about math all day long. It's what I did full time. I didn't have any other job. I mean, that's what I did. And, so like, I was happy to answer questions to anybody who came in and actually wanted to like learn about it. But it's not the same as if, hey, you're coming in and saying, hey, I know more math than anybody here, and I'm going to tell you why you're wrong when you clearly don't understand half of what we're even talking about. I think that's the problem. I think that a lot of flat earthers have, is that they're not willing to actually recognize that maybe they haven't thought about this as hard as the scientists have, or as hard as the mathematicians have, and that maybe just maybe it'd be worthwhile to listen and try to understand it, and that don't try to critique an argument until you fully understand it. If you come across the portion like this where you're like, wow.
Okay, critique an argument. What's the argument? That you were lied to?
Argument. Nothing about spherical geometry, nothing about proving shape of the Earth.
Well, we were
Euclidean
critiquing
geometry.
this man, saying that you were lied to when you were at school about the triangle having 180 degrees. That's what we're critiquing here.
Yeah.
So his argument was that you were lied to about a triangle having 180 degrees, and it's different than that. Yet he's just explained to us how he uses pi as 180 because that's how many angles a triangle has. So who's being disingenuous? Us or this man that doesn't seem to have an argument? He doesn't even know what his argument's meant to be, because he's stated contradictory things twice. He said it's a lie, but then he uses it in the very formula he's using. So how can it be a lie? Where's the lie? Is it this man? Is it Blue Marble?
He's trying to refute the very thing because he named it as a lie, and he is using this lie to prove something else that would be true. And this is just a stolen concept.
Yeah, it's a nonsense, isn't it? It's all wrapped up in a complete nonsense. No wonder he's struggling. And he thinks we don't understand it because he doesn't know where he's coming from himself. He's contradicted himself. So obviously, whatever we say will contradict one of the things that he said. There's no way out. And this guy's the chair of mathematics. Like he says now, he doesn't really do much teaching. He just answers emails. So maybe he's out of the loop. Maybe he should have experienced more practical geometry and tried to apply his mathematics to reality and then see where the problems may occur. If he ever does want to come and talk to us, the door's open. Just click the link and come and join the Discord server. If you want to go private room, we can do that. If you want to bring in Blue Marble Science and some of your friends, you can do that too. We can have a separate room so we can keep away from all of the other prying eyes and the people that might interrupt. Like, just
you can.
Absolutely.
I didn't know you could do that.
Absolutely. This is Discord. So
that's cool.
If he wants to come, he can do that.
I have no idea what he's talking about. Probably indicates you don't understand the argument. And you should go learn what this says before you try to critique it.
You know, it would.
What's the argument? Again, he keeps saying that we don't understand the argument. I don't even know what his argument is. I don't think he does either. Try and formulate an argument, then we might know what it is. Scholasaurus.
It would be fine if they would stop at that point and just simply say, I have no idea what this guy's talking about. And if you leave it at that, nobody's going to say anything other than, well, okay, let me see if I can help you understand it. But they don't stop there. They say, I have no idea what this guy's talking about.
No, Blue, I have to point this out once again. This man said that you were lied to at school about the sum of a triangle having 180 degrees. He's contradicted himself within the formula. We do understand what he's saying, and he is contradicting himself. He has no argument. We've never heard an argument. Pretty simple.
And I am 100% sure he's wrong.
Right. Exactly.
How do you get to that?
Yeah.
What brings you to that point?
Bizarre.
You don't know.
How can we say he's 100% wrong when he's contradicted himself? Which one of the contradictory answers would he be wrong about? Because he'd be right on the other one. He's contradicted himself.
100% of them. All of them.
Yeah. If you keep contradicting yourself, then you're always going to be right and wrong about everything.
100% of the time.
Know what's right, but you're absolutely sure this is wrong.
Yeah. This is totally in contrast to the types of classes that I tend to teach in the upper division stuff. I mean, a lot of these things are proof writing classes where people are going to be writing proofs of things. And
writing proofs, that's good. Like a triangle having 180 degrees, or these new proofs that'll have to be designed for the geometry that isn't Euclidean.
They have to be really careful and precise. And when you don't understand something, you have to be really honest about the fact that you don't understand it. You can tell when somebody's trying to gloss over something or whatever. They have holes in their arguments and stuff, and they have to be willing to address those things. And they get better at writing proofs the more comfortable they get at recognizing that, hey, there's some things I don't understand about this. And by the way, that's true of everybody. I mean, there's plenty of stuff about math, that I don't understand, and that when I try to learn it, I have to go through those same exact motions.
Oh, yeah.
Clever. Moving one thing from one side to the other and dividing both sides by the common factor and doing all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, but I didn't understand.
Well, wait a minute. By the common. It's algebra, Bev. That course you never took, or failed if you did. There are two choices.
Just covering his faces for an insult.
Yeah. Just put it up on screen. You know, it's all right. There's only a university chair of a mathematics department in the video that you're doing with it. I mean, this is the destruction of Bev. Scholar Source destroys Bev with little quippy comments from Blue Marble Science wrote in white text.
Even if you did or if you didn't, it doesn't matter.
You failed it.
Yeah, you failed it no matter what.
Yeah. I did all right in mathematics, but apparently the algebra one must have been failed, or must have been left off the mathematics course that we did. According to Blue Marble Science, he's wrote it down on a video.
He did a PowerPoint
near 2,000 people have watched this. Blue Marble Science lying with a professor, mathematics professor. This should go down as one of the great videos of Blue Marble Science. Tag it along with Spherical Pie.
I'm also curious. I didn't know your first name was Algebra.
Factor and doing all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, but I didn't understand. I didn't understand it. So at the time, it didn't click in my head. It doesn't click now. All I know is that he's just added up those three angles from this non-Euclidean triangle that he's just taken off that sphere, and he's called it sigma.
Yeah. Yes, but still.
And so I was wondering in my head, is he using sigma to hide the fact that he's in a little while he's going to say that those three angles are more than 180 degrees when you added them up? You see, that's what I was wondering.
Well, it's got to be because he's minusing pi from it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hide anything.
It doesn't matter if we understand what.
Yeah, there's nothing being hidden. That's I suppose that's just the conspiracy theorist in all of.
Conspiracy theorist. Oh, come on, Blue Marble. This is mathematics. Where's the conspiracy? What's going on?
Of them coming out when they say things like that.
Yeah, just trying to make it convenient. I don't want to have to write theta1 plus theta2 plus theta3 because to be honest, typesetting.
Is that? I wonder whether that guy, the professor, wonder whether he calls people conspiracy theorists whenever they're asking about, adding angles together.
I always think it's funny when somebody says, to be honest, preface something,
Thing that I use to make this graphic is a pain.
Absolutely. Hey, I'm an engineer. We're lazy. We do things like this all the time. You math guys are no less lazy than engineers are. Hell, Einstein came up with some great shit.
Wait, what?
He left out integral signs.
Oh my God! If you want to have a wild ride sometime, look up Einstein's summation convention, and it's wild how much stuff he didn't write in order to make things convenient. He would have had so. I mean, the capital sigma that's used for the summation notation, right? Yeah. He'd have had dozens of those all over the place. And he's like, I'm not doing that. He came up with a really clever way of writing it. And it does make it look incomprehensible if you don't know what the convention is, but it's pretty interesting.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking about. It was the summation sign.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember what he left out, but he left something. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
He's doing or not. We have, when he's closing brackets, we have r squared. And r squared means that this is area of planar area, not spherical area.
What? They both can be r squared.
I told you this was about to get really, really stupid. R squared.
Yeah, literally r squared. This is r is unit, a straight line, side of a square.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have r in being perpendicular to each other, you have this r squared. This is measurement in two directions. This is how we are calculating area. Measurement in 2 dimensions, 2 directions. One R is, let's say, horizontal and other is vertical. So it gives us R squared, like centimeter squared. Just square.
Just like a grid. Completely Euclidean understanding.
Yeah, so why he is objecting? This R squared is this for this, because this is how we calculate area. Even on curved surface, we use planar area. Because we cannot calculate in other way.
Well, paper, the problem is you're going from 2D to reality. I can't handle that.
Yes, but my point is that even if they are calculating curved surface of the sphere, they still use, in mathematics, they still use this straight line measurement.
Yeah, 4 pi r squared.
Yeah.
4 circles.
Yeah.
For a sphere.
But still, measurement and unit is a square. It's not a circle.
Yeah.
So it means that if you are counting, for example, squared centimeters, you are measuring real squares, not curved squares, straight squares. That's my point. That they are using planar area measurement or calculation to have this spherical area measurement. So it's not, they have no excuse, and the blue marble science is making another let's say he's missing the point with his comment.
Well, let's hear what they say. I think we're ready for wrapping it up here after this.
Yeah.
whenever they wrap this point up about
squared. I mean, like, is he refuting that the surface area of a sphere is 4 pi r squared? I mean, that's an area.
No, I am not.
No.
This was not my point. My point was that we have planar measurement, and this is normal Euclidean geometry, because we are still waiting for spherical geometry in these calculations. And there is none.
I would point out as well that pi r squared is a planar. Mate, that's a circle.
Yeah,
It's a
Circles
circle.
are planar. So just 4 of them doesn't make it curve.
Yeah.
It's just 4 circles which are planar. So nobody's refuting it. We're just saying it's not curved. It's not spherical. It's planar area with a square.
Yeah.
At this point in the video, Paper's talking to me. He's explaining this to me. You know, it's not like he's refuting the argument. It's the question I asked, and he's explaining something to me that they're turning into
a rebuttal to something that they're saying.
Yeah, that we don't understand anything, you know, because I didn't understand something.
Yeah. But this is normal with blue. So this is what blue is doing all the time. So no problem.
Yeah, I was just felt a bit, it upset me. It's upset me since I listened to it, you know, and thought, you bastard.
Yeah, well, when you do that, right, we've been going over this for a few years, and it's one of the things I would like to warn people about, that when you do come into these arenas and you do speak up and you do ask questions, particularly anything to do with this, when you come here, there will always be people like Blue Marble Science or Bob the Science Guy, or, you know, other people that are watching in that will misinterpret things, and they will then tell that story to other people. perhaps like Blue Marble Science, he's got loads more people watch Blue Marble Science than watch us. Whether they're genuine numbers or not doesn't really make any difference. But people get the wrong impression from what Blue Marble says of most of the things that we talk about. And we've always been saying, come and talk to us and you'll get a different picture. But they don't want to do that. They like to have people like Blue Marble Science and this university professor now teaming up and misunderstanding what we're saying. We're trying to go over the basics. And they don't seem to want to help. In fact, they just want to try and push a narrative that other people are stupid. But in them doing that, they're not actually answering any questions or making any statements about spherical geometry. They're fooling their own people. The more people that watch Blue Marble Science, that's how many people are getting fooled. Because they're not getting a true representation of anything. And they're definitely not learning anything about spherical geometry because there's none of it. It would be handy if they were to teach people about the actual Euclidean principles behind what they're talking about. Maybe do some realizing Euclid tests to prove this sort of stuff. Let's see whether they finish this off.
Area that's not a square. I mean, the area of a isosceles right triangle has an r squared in it if you make the lengths of the legs r. 1/2 r.
Did he just say an isosceles right triangle?
I am not sure. Can you put it again? Because I think
Does he mean like 45s?
The area of a isosceles right triangle has an r squared in it if you make the
isosceles right triangle.
Has an r squared, yeah, because it's 45 degrees.
Isn't that something?
The legs are 1/2 r squared. Is that a square? I mean, like it's I don't know.
Yeah, if you mirrored it across the hypotenuse, then yeah, it would be a square. Strange maths teacher not getting that. It would be a 180 degrees also.
It would be, no matter how you slice it.
Yeah, an isosceles triangle would have the sum of angles internally being 180, two right angles, which initially this man told us was a lie. So again, he's sort of refuting his own statements from earlier on. It's hard to tell whether he was lying then or he's lying now, or he's
making shit up.
Constantly lies about stuff. Model affliction.
The way that they're just gluing r squared to just whatever nonsense that they can see because it's the only thing they grasp is mind-boggling. It's not mathematical. It's certainly not logical.
Right. It's certainly not logical to think of r as being a straight line and entirely Euclidean because it is a straight line. I mean, what's this mathematics guy talking about?
Oh no, man.
He says it's nonsense. He's losing the sense of a straight line.
I think he's lost his marbles.
Or anything like that.
Just planar.
Yes. That's the main point. You've got to be able to see the relevant points. Now, what he has just done is some sort of a magic trick, right? Because he showed you a ball, a sphere. And now he's taken from that some angles. And he's just put some letters there, and he's done this thing where he does something that you relate to maths, right? Well, you don't relate to it, but you relate to it in a way that you don't relate to it, right? I'm the same.
You pause it here.
Exactly.
You know, they were talking earlier in this video about the idea that there are so many proofs of like the Pythagorean theorem, or so many proofs that the angle sum of a triangle is 180 degrees. how do they think they prove these things? Like you know, like, have they ever read one of these things? Like, do they think that algebra never comes into play in a proof ever?
Is he linking the proof to algebra?
I am not saying that you cannot prove anything within algebra, but
Yeah,
a
but you
triangle.
know, you have to have a meaning for the letters that you place within the algebra. You can't just have algebra to form a proof, right? The proof is within the actual the understanding of how you lay this thing down. He's just saying you apply algebra to it. I'd say that most proofs don't involve algebra at all.
And by the way, if he's talking about triangles, it is geometry. Triangle is geometrical figure, planar figure. So why we should go into algebra with that? We have just geometry.
Yeah, I was just pointing out that the algebra part is the bit that some people just don't relate to, because it doesn't seem to make sense, especially when somebody does something like that without explaining what all of them mean and how they work together. This guy thinks that you can just write stuff down and hand it to somebody and say, look, this is a proof.
And by the way, he's talking about proof in algebra about triangles. For me, it is strange because geometry has proofs outside of algebra, and it works perfectly without algebra. So we don't use algebra for proving that triangles have 180 degrees, because we don't need to use algebra, because geometry itself proves that triangles have 180 degrees. So why we should go into algebra with that? Or maybe he thinks that proofs are in algebra only, not in geometry. I don't know.
I mean, it is fair. It doesn't always, but there's tons of stuff in geometry that are described through algebraic formulas, and it's the idea that you can't move to algebra in talking about a geometric proof is so far removed from how anybody does this stuff. Like, algebra is a tool that can be used to understand things, and that's what we're doing here. Like, there's no magic. This is purely algebra.
Yes.
Right, it can also be used to confuse things, which is what we were pointing out. That if you don't describe what you're doing clearly, the algebra can seem like a foreign language to people, and they disassociate themselves with the mathematics. And we're trying to go beyond that and bring those people back to the simplicity of mathematics. These guys seem to be putting up barriers, building walls.
Yeah, and that was the essence of what I was talking about. Was, you know, not understanding the language and disassociating from it. Because every time I see that, you know, I'm not talking for you or anybody else, just for me. And when I see that, I'm confused, and I can't dig into it anymore. I leave it and pass it by. And then I know that I've missed something, and I won't be able to connect to something else later on. I know that, and I haven't, because I haven't learned that language and been able to get my head around it. And I get, you know, like a lot of these things, they're very simple when you break it down, you know. But I say something happened at school, and I missed this link. I know this, you know. When I look at this stuff, I know soccer, Toa, and the calculations we were doing at the time, but something happened. I don't know what it was, but this is foreign to me, you know, trying to work out what's really happening there, and
I think I said the same.
bracketed numbers you multiply first and all that, and you balance these things out. You know, it's a process that I missed.
Yeah,
and I know that
that's
I
not
do that.
geometry though. Like Paper's saying,
No,
that is an algebraic thing. That it isn't
yeah,
the same when you're relating a proof within geometry, the foundations of mathematics. It's different than that.
Yes, and by
That's
the
what
way,
we're trying
my
to do
point,
here, right? We are
and
trying to give people that simple part before you get to the algebra, and that's the education system, like we're dealing with here. There's a system that's gone into play that's taught you to be able to accept these contradictions. Now, would it be surprising to find out that this idea of algebra may be the first introduction of you having to go along with something that doesn't really make any sense?
yeah,
And
exactly.
sometimes you don't go along with it because you can't make sense of it.
Yeah.
by
So,
the way,
I can either not engage with it, or I just have to go, yeah,
Yeah.
he said it, so it must be right. And I don't want to do either of those.
Yeah.
So this is kind of the place where I kind of felt like, I can honestly say, look, sorry guys, I didn't get this because I wasn't paying attention, or something happened, and it was just an innocent few minutes of this that I feel they focused on to use as a little trick to say, none of those guys know what they're talking about. They didn't understand the symbols or the algebra just through what I'd said, And I thought that was just really.
Yeah, well, I'd say that the majority of the people listening, and they've probably tuned out, right? But the majority of people listening to this will feel the same. That most of the people I've talked to don't really have that core concept of mathematics because they've been turned away from things like this that don't seem to put sense to it. Particularly women, right? Because they have an innate sense of nonsense and they just brush it away. It's not for them. So if you teach mathematics as a nonsense, a lot of people will be turned away from it, like you have. But then at a later date, you can come back to find the simplicity within geometry and how practical the proofs are, and regain a love of it, right? Because there's inspiration in finding out that perhaps you weren't the one that was stupid. Perhaps it was the way you were taught mathematics that made you feel like that.
I think it was a beating, actually, but that made me just kick back against the system, kind of thing. But I love maths. I loved it. I was quite good at it. It was logical. I think, oh yeah, of course, that works like that, and that goes to there, and it was fine. I was quite good at it. But I say something happened personally, and I lost some connections that I know I've lost them. I'm very aware of it, and it bugs me. Occasionally when I come across it, I think, I don't know what to do with that.
But this guy said something that I disagree, because he said that there are, of course, proofs in geometry, but there are also proofs about geometry in algebra, which is, I would say that it is not true, because I think that algebra, is used instead of geometry, is just utilizing proofs already existing within Euclid's geometry. And
would you call a squared plus b squared equals c squared an algebraic?
Yes, but it is using geometry.
It's using the square, isn't it?
It is true, not because it is algebra itself proves that it has to be true. Because a squared plus b squared equals c squared is just a claim. This is just a claim. Why this c squared would be equal to a squared plus b squared? Why? Because of a theorem, geometrical theorem, not because of
because of the actual squares. The square of
The
side A plus
hypotenuse,
the
isn't it? I
square of
get that.
side B equals the
Yeah.
same area as the square of side C.
But you guys don't forget when we first started this video, he said we've left that geometry behind. They think they've left it behind. So like the things he's saying after that, he thinks he's doing something different than the thing he said he left behind, which he's not. That's what he's using. That framework, like what you're talking about right now, it's like the framework of Euclidean geometry is the foundation. It works. And like Paper was saying, or like you guys are just now talking about, the algebraic formula works because the geometry, the foundation, is proof on proof. And then when you apply the geometry to it, of course it's going to work.
Yes, algebra is just different language. You are expressing geometry in algebraic form. I can agree with that you can do that. But it doesn't mean that algebra itself proves in geometry separately from geometry. No, it doesn't.
The geometry is already proof on proof.
Yeah,
it's already solid. Yeah, right.
It is already proven, and then while it is proven, you're just using different language, but you are still using the same proofs within geometry. So you are not changing anything, and you are not proving anything new. It's just the same thing, just different language.
Yeah.
So I disagree with that guy, because he said that there are tons of proofs in algebra about geometry. It is not true.
But that's what I was saying. That was my whole point, was that he thinks he's left that behind. And we're just pointing out that you haven't. It's the foundation of, that thing you think you've left behind, guy. It's what you're still using.
Yeah.
Yes, that's my whole objection.
Yeah.
He's using R, straight line, pi, diameter versus curve. So he's using just normal geometrical principles. And why he's talking about, even he's not talking about spherical geometry.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying, just don't forget what his words were. He thinks he's left it behind. And like, you're right. He doesn't even see that he hasn't. He's still using it.
Yes, every time.
Yeah.
In every equation, he's using this geometry that he supposedly abandoned. He didn't.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, the heart of my question, really, in that point where he was going on about conspiracy theory, as called the trick, was trying to understand and see where they slip Euclidean into non-Euclidean and the methods that's used, because, I've asked Charles, can you explain that? What's the axiom, apostolate, whatever, that could explain that in clear terms, like you can explain Euclidean geometry? Give me something in clear terms that I could understand what spherical geometry is and how those two separate but are still joined together somehow. And so in my mind, I was thinking, is it there that they've then slipped that little thing in? And that sigma means, in my mind, I was thinking, does that sigma mean that this is where it changed, but I don't understand it, and they haven't explained it.
No, that's the problem. Like tonight, that's what we were pointing out this whole time. They've never pointed, and nobody will. And the only person that has was Blue, did a video, and he said he brought none of that stuff up. A video that he made about the spherical geometry. Well, I should say
pi.
Yeah.
The necessity for pi to change on the surface of the sphere, because the shortest distance between 2 points isn't a straight line. That's their axiom that they're dealing with. Yet he pretends he's doing that, but dealing with R, which is an internal straight line.
Yeah. It's been wild tonight. I mean, stolen concept. Like, you could label this video. You want to know about stolen concept? Yeah. Watch this video.
Trying to destroy us with a stolen concept. I mean, but destroying me. And I don't take it personally. It's only just a university professor going to Blue Marble Sciences to destroy us by using a stolen concept and a misunderstanding of Euclidean geometry.
Yeah.
I think the lesson is within the pi. Pi and perpendicular are the only two things you really need to be able to explain the necessity of Euclidean geometry in reality. Anyway, I think we'll come back and we'll do the rest tomorrow. So, Buster, are you?
Yeah. I don't know if they got to the end of this little bit, have they?
Have they? Do you want to just? Is there a bit more for it to finish?
I don't know. I just, I don't know whether it'll actually come to the conclusion of this.
Well, we can go
Because
over
you're
this.
still
This will
talking
be
to
a
me,
good starting point for next week, I think, for tomorrow, for us to go just back over this bit here where they're trying to slander us or whatever from the starting point.
Well, that's what I got from it, and I thought, well, is it because I'm talking and it's a personal thing or something? But it's not, that's how I felt, because there's lots missing. I mean, this goes on for like 2 hours, 40 minutes, and they cut masses out. So,
they must have been there all day.
Yeah, and it's carefully
there's a
edited.
bit that they missed out going over that we went over the whole point of why we made the video in the first place.
Yeah.
They've cut all of that out.
Yeah. And the little, snide comments from Blue, they sit on the screen for a long time.
Yeah.
That bit, it's going to get really stupid from here or something he put on. That was there for quite a long time. It wasn't just a flash for a couple of seconds. All those are subliminal messages to people.
Yeah, to
that convey a message about Bev and his brainwashed crew kind of thing. And that's that it's like the rhetoric, isn't it? It's about a sophist rhetoric and the words they use and the little isms of things that can be used, and these are being done visually and in the terms of editing. There is a rhetoric going on here, an edited rhetoric, a subliminal message of well, let's chop this up, and they must have sat down and thought about this. Let's just cut that bit there and use that bit, and then put this little snide comment on, and then well, they look really stupid because they didn't understand what sigma was. They haven't got a bloody clue, a lot of them. So what are they doing criticizing us, for their audience? So that's kind of how I saw it, really, without even critiquing the content. I was looking at the editing and the way it was being presented, and the argument, to try and create something, a lie in somebody's mind. That sophist thing. I was thinking today because I remember Yui kept asking me, what's the definition of a sophist? And I was thinking about it this morning. I was thinking, is somebody who knows shit and talks shit and spends a lot of time polishing it.
We had the idea that a sophist actually knows the logical argument. Right, because they know what to avoid. But I mean, I'm not too sure whether most of the sophists you've met can understand the logical argument to start off with. So there may be a word that we're missing, that goes beyond sophist. Because the true sophists, the original sophists, were teachers. And obviously, if you're employed to teach somebody's child, and if they, let's say, aren't as bright as they should be, then you as the teacher have to be able to work a way to convince the parent that they are making gains. So I think that's where the sophist came from, because they have to work around certain flaws of their students to achieve what may be deemed as a win.
Yes, win. And by the way, in ancient times, sophists, they were advocates. So they used sophistry to convince, for example, judge, and to refute other sophist, which would be his opponent, advocate of other side. So they used sophistry because they also taught how to fight with sophists. So sophistry against sophistry. That was the battle in the court at that time. So it was normal thing to do. So it was it was learned because someone who was in the future to be advocate, he had to know sophistry, because without it he would be very, very poor advocate. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think if somebody really hones their rhetoric and their sophisticated arguments, they could be a real, a real force to be reckoned with. Don't really come across many, but I think people coming backwards and forwards and listening to the argument. I think those ones are doing that. They're trying to find, oh right, okay, something in the argument that they can refute or argue against, with empty things. Yes, and then they'll go away and they'll.
If there's an argument you can't beat, then you solve the problem by working around that, ignoring that, and going somewhere else.
Yeah, well, they do. They don't use certain words. They won't make a claim about something, and so come in and listen to the argument. They think, all right, if we say this and we don't include that and don't go in that area, that they can kind of present some kind of argument. And as you say, it's generally the sophists or that are gaining from these arguments. They're learning, new things to try and fashion new words to just try and refute it, or just to argue senselessly about it. Really.
Yeah, except they don't want to take on the argument that the Earth is measured not flat.
No.
Because
they come against proof, don't they?
Well, it works on both models, right?
Yeah.
The Earth is measured not flat on both of the models, or on every model, because in reality, the Earth is measured not flat.
Okay, guys, I am off to bed.
Okay, thank you very much, Paper.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night, Paper.
Is Buster around? Maybe. Oh, we haven't.
No, I'm good. I was gonna try. No, I'm good.
Okay.
Is that it?
Well, yeah, I'll just do it. Join us tomorrow. We'll do the other half of this, and yeah, I think Buster's playing us out live music.
Yeah, I'm gonna need somebody to say a little prayer on this one.
Everybody's got a path to choose. You can critically think or give yourself to accepted information too. Hold fast to what you know. Don't let their opinions throw you off. You got to stay the course you're on. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. There comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold to exclusive truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. Contemplate before you make your choice. You got to let your voice be heard. You got to stay the path you're on. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Try not to enable their thoughts. They got enough problem with this bridge to cross. No matter what I say, they're doomed. Well, they've got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. There comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold to exclusive truths. Let's try it again. There comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold to conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the knowledge that you need. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go.